legend of Godric Gryffindor's sword. In the dawn of Hogwarts, when the castle's stones were freshly hewn and pulsing with new magic, a forge burned deep beneath its towers, its flames casting a fierce glow across the cavernous chamber. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal and charcoal, the heat a living presence that wrapped the space in a fiery embrace. Sparks flew like fireflies, their light dancing on the rough stone walls, while the anvil's steady clang echoed like a heartbeat, blending with the distant hum of the castle's enchantments. The great hall above shimmered with a starry ceiling, its magic a serene counterpoint to the forge's intensity, the air alive with the scent of wax and earth. Here, Godric Gryffindor, one of Hogwarts' founders, stood with purpose, his crimson cloak aglow, his wand sparking, his heart set on forging a sword for heroes yet to come. Godric was a man of courage, his presence bold and warm, his laughter a melody that filled the forge with life. Canonically known for his bravery, he envisioned a blade that would serve the valiant, a weapon imbued with the strength of those who wielded it for good. The air was heavy with the scent of molten steel, the forge's fire roaring as he worked alongside goblin smiths, their hands deft, their eyes sharp with ancient craft. The goblins, canonically skilled in metalwork, brought their magic to the task, their hammers ringing in harmony with Godric's spells. The anvil gleamed, its surface warm, the air alive with the hum of creation, a soothing rhythm that lulled the heart into a dreamy calm. The forging of the sword was a labor of fire and magic, a dance of skill and intent. Godric's wand traced arcs of light, weaving enchantments into the molten silver, its surface shimmering like liquid moonlight. The goblins shaped the blade, their hammers striking with precision, each blow a note in a melody that sang of strength. The canon tells of the sword's goblin-made nature, its ability to absorb what makes it stronger, its hilt adorned with rubies that glowed like embers. The blade took form, its edge sharp, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with Godric's magic. The forge's heat was a comfort, the scent of charcoal grounding, the sparks a constellation of dreams, the sword's hum a lullaby that wrapped the chamber in peace. The process was deliberate, the air thick with the scent of metal and magic, the fire's roar a steady counterpoint to the goblin's chants. Godric's spells wove courage into the blade, ensuring it would appear only to those worthy of Gryffindor's name. The rubies caught the firelight, their glow a beacon of valor. The sword's surface gleaming with a promise of protection. The goblin's craft ensured its durability, its edge unyielding, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated with the castle's heart. The forge's warmth was a haven, its sparks dancing like stars, the air alive with the scent of molten silver and the hum of creation. Godric's laughter blended with the anvil's clang, a soothing melody that lulled the soul into calm, the sword a spark of his legacy. When the sword was complete, Godric held it aloft, its silver blade catching the forge's light, its weight balanced, its runes shimmering with quiet power. The canon notes its role as a Gryffindor heirloom, destined to appear in times of need, a symbol of courage and honor. He wielded it in the castle's early days, its blade flashing in defense of the school, its magic a shield for those who called Hogwarts home. The forge's fire burned low, its embers glowing, the air thick with the scent of charcoal and steel, a dreamy warmth that wrapped the moment in serenity. The sword's hum was a lullaby, its light a beacon that echoed Godric's heart, the castle's stones pulsing in approval, their magic a soothing embrace. The sword's first deeds were tales of valor, its blade gleaming in battles against those who threatened magic's sanctity. Godric stood tall, his cloak billowing, the sword a spark of courage in his hand, its runes glowing as it cut through darkness. The castle's halls echoed with his footsteps, the air alive with the scent of wax and earth, the sword's magic, a gentle pulse that guarded the school. Students watched in awe, their hearts stirred by his bravery. The sword a symbol of what it meant to be Gryffindor. The forge's memory lingered, its fire a spark in the sword's heart, its warmth a lullaby that soothed the castle's soul, a dreamy thread in Hogwarts tapestry. Centuries later, the sword's legend lived on, its silver blade a beacon in Hogwarts history. Canonically, it appeared to Harry Potter, drawn from the Sorting Hat in moments of dire need, its magic enduring through time. A student in modern Hogwarts sat in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackling, its light casting golden shadows across the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and old leather, the tapestries whispering tales of the sword's deeds. The student read of Godric, his forge aglow, his wand sparking, the goblin's hammers ringing in the night. The sword story was a spark of courage, its rubies glowing in their mind, the common room's warmth a soothing embrace that lulled their heart. The student imagined the forge, its fire roaring, its air heavy with the scent of molten metal and magic. They saw Godric his cloak crimson, his laughter a melody that filled the chamber, the sword taking shape under his spells. The common room's fire popped, its embers glowing, the air alive with the scent of wood and the castle's hum. The sword's legacy was a thread in Gryffindor's heart, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated through the halls. The student's wand rested in their lap, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of Godric's enchantments. The room was still, save for the fire's crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a lullaby that wrapped them in a dreamy calm. One winter evening, the student lingered by the Gryffindor hearth, the sword's tale fresh in their mind, the fire's warmth wrapping them in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of embers and old stone, the tapestries swaying softly, their threads whispering of heroes. Outside, snow fell, its flakes catching the moonlight, the castle's towers aglow under a starry sky. The student sat cross-legged, a blanket draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to the forge, its sparks dancing, its air alive with the scent of steel and magic. The sword's rubies glowed in their mind, their light a beacon of courage, its hum a melody that soothed the soul. The student's eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the hearth's warmth a comfort that lulled their heart. They saw Godric in the forge, his wand sparking, the goblin's hammers ringing, the sword's silver blade a spark of valor. The common room's fire was a haven, its light blending with the tapestry's glow, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and magic. The sword's magic was a gentle pulse, its legacy a thread that tied Gryffindor's past to its present, a lullaby that eased their mind. The student smiled, their heart light, the tale a treasure in their thoughts. The castle's hum, a soothing melody that carried them into peace. The common room stood quiet, its fire burning low, its embers a soft glow that painted the walls in shades of gold and shadow. The student's thoughts drifted, carried by the fire's crackle and the sword's hum, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in rest. The castle's towers pierced the snowy sky, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the stones. The sword was more than a weapon. It was a story, a spark of courage woven into Gryffindor's heart, a lullaby that lulled them into restful sleep. The hearth's embers glowed, their light fading, but their warmth remained, a testament to Godric Gryffindor, whose sword shone through centuries, a gentle hum that carried the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The secret history of the Leaky Cauldron. In the heart of medieval London, where mist curled through narrow alleys and cobblestones glistened under lantern light, a humble inn stood as a beacon for weary travelers. The Leaky Cauldron, its wooden sign creaking softly in the evening breeze, glowed with a warm, inviting light. Its windows misted with the breath of the night. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and hearty stew, the faint tang of ale mingling with the damp earthiness of the city's streets. Lanterns hung from iron brackets, casting golden pools across the cobblestones, their flicker a gentle pulse that wove through the alley's hush. The distant murmur of the Thames whispered a soothing melody, blending with the inn's hum, a dreamy calm that wrapped the night in a cozy embrace. Here, a kindly innkeeper, his name lost to time, but his legacy canonically tied to the Leaky Cauldron, crafted a haven for wizards. His robes patched, his wand sparking with quiet purpose. The innkeeper was a man of warmth, his eyes bright with a welcoming spark, his hands steady as they poured ale or stirred a simmering pot, canonically known as the founder of the Leaky Cauldron, a hidden gateway to Diagon Alley. He envisioned a place where wizards could gather in safety, shielded from Muggle eyes. The inn was a sanctuary, its wooden beams polished smooth, its hearth crackling with a fire that never dimmed. The air was heavy with the scent of roasted meat and fresh bread, the tables worn but sturdy, their surfaces gleaming under candlelight. The innkeeper's wand wove charms of concealment, its spells humming softly, the air alive with the pulse of magic, a soothing rhythm that lulled the heart into calm. The founding of the Leaky Cauldron was a labor of care, its magic born in the quiet hours of night. The innkeeper worked alone at first, his wand tracing runes into the walls, their glow faint but steady, ensuring the inn remained unseen by those without magic. The canon tells of its role as a portal to Diagon Alley, its back door opening to a world of wands and wonders. The hearth's fire roared, its warmth wrapping the room in a cozy embrace, the scent of wood smoke and herbs grounding the moment. The innkeeper's chants were a soft melody, his spells weaving a tapestry of welcome, the air shimmering with protective light. The cobblestones outside gleamed, the lanterns flicker a beacon, the inn's hum a lullaby that soothed the soul, a dreamy haven in the city's heart. The inn's early days were filled with warmth, its tables crowded with wizards sharing tales of spells and adventures. A weary traveler might find a seat by the hearth, their cloak damp with mist, their heart eased by the innkeeper's smile. The air was alive with laughter, the scent of stew and ale a comfort. The fire's crackle a steady rhythm that blended with the Thames murmur. The canon notes the inn's enduring role, a hub where wizards met, its magic shielding them from the world beyond. The innkeeper moved among his guests, his voice a soothing hum, his wand sparking as he mended a cracked mug or lit a darkened corner. The Leaky Cauldron was more than an inn. It was a home, its warmth a gentle pulse, its air thick with the scent of magic and camaraderie. The back door to Diagon Alley was the inn's greatest secret, its bricks shifting under the innkeeper's spell to reveal a bustling street of shops. Wizards stepped through, their wands aglow, the air alive with the scent of parchment and potions. The alley's hum, a melody that echoed the inn's warmth. The innkeeper's charms ensured the passage's secrecy, its bricks humming with magic, its entrance a spark of wonder for those who knew to tap the right stone. The canon tells of its use by generations, from medieval travelers to Harry Potter, its magic a thread in the wizarding world. The inn's hearth glowed, its fire a beacon, the scent of wood smoke and stew a soothing embrace that lulled the heart into peace. Centuries later, the Leaky Cauldron stood as it always had, its wooden sign creaking, its windows glowing with the same warm light. Modern wizards gathered at its tables, their laughter echoing the past, the inn's magic as vibrant as ever. Canonically, it welcomed Harry and countless others, its door to Diagon Alley, a gateway to adventure. A student visiting on a Hogsmeade weekend stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of ale and old wood, the hearth's fire casting golden shadows across the walls. The innkeeper's legacy lived in the inn's warmth, its tables worn but welcoming, its hum a soothing melody that stirred memories of its founding. The student sat by the fire, a mug of butterbeer in hand, the tale of the Leaky Cauldron, a spark in their hearts. The student imagined the medieval inn, its cobblestones gleaming, its lanterns flickering, the innkeeper's wand weaving spells of concealment. The hearth's warmth was a comfort, its crackle a steady rhythm, the air alive with the scent of stew and magic. The Leaky Cauldron's story was a thread in the wizarding world, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated through time, a lullaby that soothed the soul. The student's wand rested on the table, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of the innkeeper's spells. The inn was still, save for the fire's soft pop and the faint murmur of voices, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace, the tale a soothing melody that lulled their heart. One rainy evening, the student lingered by the Leaky Cauldron's hearth, the inn's tale fresh in their mind, the fire's warmth wrapping them in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of wood smoke and ale, the beams creaking softly, their sound blending with the patter of rain outside. The windows glowed, their light misted with the night's breath, the cobblestones beyond shimmering under lantern light. The student sat in a worn chair, a blanket draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to the innkeeper, his wand sparking, his smile a beacon of welcome. The Leaky Cauldron's magic was a gentle pulse, its hearth a haven, its hum a lullaby that eased their soul into calm. The student's eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the hearth's warmth a comfort that lulled their heart. They saw the innkeeper in his medieval inn, his robes patched, his wand weaving runes, the fire glowing with a light that welcomed all. The inn's air was thick with the scent of stew and wood. The lantern's flicker, a beacon that echoed through centuries. The Leaky Cauldron was more than a gateway. It was a story, a legacy of warmth and refuge, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the student smiled, their heart light, the tale a treasure in their thoughts. The inn stood quiet, its beams a silent guardian, the Thames murmur a soothing echo beyond. The night was vast, the rain a soft patter, the Leaky Cauldron a haven for weary souls. The student's thoughts drifted, carried by the fire's crackle and the inn's hum, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. The cobblestones outside gleamed, the lanterns glowing, the inn's magic a steady pulse that hummed in the wood. The Leaky Cauldron's tale was a melody of welcome and secrecy, a soothing journey that lulled them into the calm of sleep, a spark of magic woven into the heart of the wizarding world. The hearth's embers glowed, their light fading, but their warmth remained, a testament to the innkeeper's vision, a gentle hum that carried the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The tale of the Sorting Hat's creation. In the earliest days of Hogwarts, when the castle's stones were still settling into their enchanted forms, The great hall glowed with a warmth that spoke of new beginnings. Torchlight flickered along the walls, casting golden pools across the polished floor, the air thick with the scent of melting wax and roasted meats from a founder's feast. The ceiling above shimmered with a starry sky, its magic a mirror of the heavens, twinkling with a serene promise that wrapped the hall in a dreamy calm. Tapestries swayed gently, their threads whispering tales of magic yet to unfold, while the castle's hum pulsed softly, a melody woven into its very bones. Here, the four founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, gathered, their cloaks catching the light, their wands glowing faintly, their voices a quiet chorus, debating the future of their school. The founders were a symphony of ideals, each bringing a spark to the castle's heart. Godric, bold and fierce, his crimson cloak aglow, spoke of courage, his laughter a warm echo. Helga, her eyes soft with kindness, carried the scent of herbs from the kitchens, her voice a soothing hum. Rowena, sharp and regal, her raven dark robes flowing, wove wisdom into every word, her gaze piercing the future. Salazar, his presence shadowed, spoke of ambition, his tone a whisper that lingered in the air. The canon tells of their challenge, how to sort students into houses, ensuring their school's vision endured. The air was alive with the scent of wax and wood, the torchlight a gentle glow, their debate a lullaby that lulled the hall into a serene rhythm of purpose. The idea of the sorting hat was born in this moment, a canon creation to embody their collective wisdom. Godric, with a flourish, offered his own hat, a worn, wide-brimmed relic of his travels, its fabric soft but sturdy, its edges frayed with stories. The founders gathered around a long table, its surface gleaming under candlelight, the air thick with the scent of old cloth and magic. Rowena led the spell work, her wand tracing intricate patterns, her chants a melody that wove intelligence into the hat's threads. Helga's spells infused loyalty, her touch gentle, her magic warming the fabric like a hearth's glow. Godric added courage, his spells bold, sparking like fire. Salazar wove cunning, his enchantments subtle, a shadowed pulse that guarded the hat's secrets. The air shimmered, the scent of wax grounding, the hat's hum a soothing lullaby that wrapped the hall in calm. The crafting was a dance of unity, the founders' wands sparking in harmony, the hat glowing faintly as their magic took root. The canon notes its ability to read minds, to see the potential in every student, to sing songs that echoed the founder's vision. The hat's fabric twitched, its brim curling as if waking, its stitches glowing with runes that pulsed like starlight. The table was strewn with parchments, their ink shimmering, the air alive with the scent of dust and magic. The founders' voices blended, their chants a melody that resonated with the castle's heart. The torchlight casting dancing shadows on the walls. The hall's warmth was a comfort. The hat's hum, a gentle pulse, a dreamy creation that lulled their souls into peace. The first sorting ceremony was a moment of magic. The great hall filled with young witches and wizards, their eyes wide with wonder. The sorting hat, placed on a stool, sang its first song, its voice a rich melody that wove tales of the founders, their houses, their dreams. The canon tells of its role as Hogwarts' voice of fairness, placing students where they would thrive. Gryffindor for the brave, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Ravenclaw for the wise, Slytherin for the ambitious. The hall echoed with applause, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and wax, the starry ceiling twinkling above. The hat's song was a lullaby, its words soothing, its magic a gentle pulse that wrapped the students in a dreamy embrace. The castle's hum, a steady counterpoint. The sorting hat's first placements were moments of joy, each student stepping forward, the hat whispering insights only they could hear. A shy girl found courage in Gryffindor, her heart warmed by the hat's words. A quiet boy was welcomed to Hufflepuff, his loyalty a spark that glowed. A curious child joined Ravenclaw, their mind alight with possibility. A cunning youth entered Slytherin, their ambition a shadowed flame. The hall's warmth was a haven, the air alive with laughter and magic. The hat's voice a melody that lulled the heart. The founders watched, their smiles soft, the torchlight casting golden light across their faces, the sorting hat a testament to their unity, a soothing thread in Hogwarts tapestry. Centuries later, the sorting hat endured, its fabric worn but alive, its songs a tradition in the Great Hall. Canonically, it guided Harry Potter and countless others, its wisdom a spark that lit the castle's heart. A modern student sat in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackling, its light casting golden shadows across the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and old leather. The tapestries whispering tales of the hat's creation. The student read of that first night, the founders' wands sparking, the hat glowing with their magic. The story was a melody, its words painting images of the great hall, its starry ceiling, its tables laden with feasts. The fire's warmth was a comfort, the castle's hum a soothing pulse, a dreamy calm that lulled their soul. The student imagined the founders around the table, Godric's hat on the wood, Rowena's wand weaving runes, Helga's gentle touch, Salazar's shadowed spells. The great hall glowed in their mind, its torchlight flickering, its air alive with the scent of wax and magic. The Sorting Hat's song was a thread in Hogwarts history, its voice a guide for generations, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated through the castle's stones. The student's wand rested in their lap, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of the founder's spells. The common room was still, save for the fire's crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a lullaby that wrapped them in peace, the hat's tale a soothing spark in their heart. One autumn evening, the student lingered by the Gryffindor hearth, the Sorting Hat's tale fresh in their mind, the fire's warmth wrapping them in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of embers and old stone, the tapestries swaying softly, their threads whispering of that first ceremony. Outside, the castle grounds stretched under a starry sky, the lake reflecting the heavens like a mirror of dreams. The student sat cross-legged, a blanket draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to the great hall, its tables gleaming, its ceiling aglow with stars. The hat's song echoed in their mind, its melody a beacon of fairness, its magic a soothing hum that lulled their heart. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the hearth's warmth a comfort that eased their soul. They saw the founders in the great hall, their wands sparking, their voices a chorus weaving the hat's magic. The common room's fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the student smiled, their heart light, the tale a treasure in their thoughts. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and wax. The castle's hum, a gentle pulse that resonated through the stones. The Sorting Hat was more than an artifact. It was a story, a legacy of unity and wisdom. A lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The fire's embers glowed, their light fading, but their warmth remained, a testament to the founder's vision, a gentle hum that lulled the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The common room stood quiet, its fire burning low, its tapestries a silent guardian of the castle's history. The students' thoughts drifted, carried by the fire's crackle and the hat's song, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. The castle's towers pierced the starry sky, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the stones. The Sorting Hat's tale was a melody of fairness and hope, a soothing journey that lulled them into the calm of sleep, a spark of magic woven into the heart of Hogwarts, guiding generations with its gentle voice. The day the four founders chose the castle, in a time when magic was both a gift and a secret. A wild valley in ancient Britain lay cradled by rolling hills, its air shimmering with the breath of untamed power. Dawn broke softly, painting the sky in hues of blush and gold, the mist curling like a gentle sigh over the grass. The scent of heather and damp earth filled the air, mingling with the faint sweetness of wildflowers that swayed in the morning breeze. A sparkling loch reflected the first light, its waters murmuring a quiet melody, while ancient trees stood sentinel, their leaves whispering secrets older than time. The valley pulsed with a raw, unspoken magic, its silence a canvas for dreams, its serenity a lullaby that wrapped the world in a dreamy calm. Into this haven stepped four figures: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Their cloaks billowing, their wands glowing faintly, their voices a soft chorus weaving purpose into the morning's hush. The founders were a tapestry of vision and heart, each carrying a spark that would light the wizarding world. Godric, bold and broad-shouldered, strode with a warrior's grace, his crimson cloak catching the dawn's glow, his laughter a warm echo across the hills. Helga, her eyes bright with kindness, moved gently, her robes dusted with the earth of the fields she loved, her hum a soothing melody. Rowena, sharp and regal, gazed at the valley with a mind that saw beyond the horizon, her raven dark hair gleaming, her voice clear as crystal. Salazar, quieter, his steps measured, carried an intensity that shadowed the air, his wand a flicker of secrets. The canon tells of their shared dream, a school to nurture magic, a sanctuary for those hunted by a world that feared their gifts. The valley was their canvas, its magic a gentle pulse, its air alive with the scent of dew and possibility. They gathered beneath a great oak, its branches sprawling like a protective embrace, its roots deep in the earth's heart. The loch's murmur was a backdrop, its waters catching the sunrise, scattering light like stars across the grass. The founders spoke of their vision, their voices blending into a soft symphony. Godric's call for courage, Helga's plea for loyalty, Rowena's pursuit of wisdom, Salazar's whisper of ambition. The air was cool, the scent of heather grounding. The oak's shade a haven where their dreams took root. They raised their wands, their spells sparking like fireflies, testing the valley's magic, feeling its pulse align with their own. The mist curled around them, a soothing veil. The valley's hum, a lullaby that lulled their hearts into calm, a promise of the castle to come. The decision to choose this valley was a moment of unity, a spark that would birth Hogwarts. The canon speaks of the castle's founding, a place where protective charms would shield young witches and wizards, where staircases would shift and halls would hum with magic. Godric paced the grass, his wand tracing arcs that shimmered, envisioning towers that would pierce the sky. Helga knelt by the loch, her hands brushing the water, her spells weaving warmth into the earth, dreaming of hearths and feasts. Rowena stood tall, her eyes scanning the hills, her charms carving paths for knowledge to flow. Salazar lingered in the shadows, his wand crafting secrets into the valley's depths, his vision a guarded spark. The air was thick with the scent of earth and magic. The oak's leaves rustling softly, the founder's spells a dreamy melody that wrapped the valley in peace. As twilight fell, the founders began their work, their wands sparking in the fading light, the first stones rising from the earth. The valley glowed, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated with their spells, the stones stacking into the foundations of what would become Hogwarts's halls. The loch reflected the stars, its waters a mirror of the sky, the air alive with the scent of moss and wax from their conjured torches. The stones were smooth, their surfaces warm, as if the valley itself approved, its hum blending with the founder's chants. The oak stood watch, its branches swaying, a silent guardian of their dream. The mist was a soothing embrace, the starlight a gentle glow. The valley's magic, a lullaby that lulled their hearts into a serene rhythm of creation. The castle's first stones were more than rock. They were a promise, a sanctuary woven from the founders' hearts. Godric's spells forged towers that would stand tall, their spires a beacon for the brave. Helga's charms warmed the kitchens, their hearths a haven for the kind. Rowena's enchantments shaped libraries, their shelves destined to hold wisdom's light. Salazar's magic carved hidden chambers, their secrets guarded by his will alone. The canon notes the castle's protective enchantments, its shifting staircases, its halls alive with the hum of magic. The valley's air was thick with the scent of earth and starlight. The stone's warmth, a comfort, the founders' voices, a melody that sang of hope and unity, a dreamy pulse that wrapped the night in calm. Centuries later, Hogwarts stood as a monument to that day, its towers piercing the sky, its halls echoing with the laughter of generations. The valley, now the castle's grounds, remained a place of magic, its loch sparkling under moonlight, its hills whispering the founder's dream. A student, wandering the grounds at dusk, felt the castle's pulse, its stones warm with the memory of that ancient morning. The air was cool, the scent of grass and dew grounding, the loch's gentle lap, a soothing melody. The student paused by the water, their wand casting a soft glow, their heart stirred by tales of the founders, their vision a spark that lit the night. The castle's hum was a constant, its magic a gentle thread that wove through time, a lullaby that lulled their soul. The student imagined the valley as it was, the founders beneath the oak, their wands sparking, their voices a chorus of purpose. They saw Godric's bold strides, Helga's gentle touch, Rowena's sharp gaze, Salazar's quiet intensity, the mist curling around them like a dreamy veil. The loch's reflection glowed, its waters a mirror of the stars, the air thick with the scent of heather and earth. The castle's stones held their memory, their magic, a gentle pulse that resonated through the halls. The students' thoughts drifted, carried by the loch's murmur and the castle's hum, a soothing rhythm that eased their heart. The grounds were a haven, their grass soft, their air alive with the scent of magic, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. One quiet evening, the student settled by the loch, the castle aglow behind them, its towers silhouetted against a starry sky. The air was heavy with the scent of dew and wildflowers. The water's gentle lap, a melody that blended with the castle's pulse. They sat on the grass, their cloak pooling around them, their wand resting in their lap, its wood warm with magic. The stars glowed above, their light catching the loch, scattering like diamonds across the water. The students' thoughts wandered to the founders, their wands sparking under the oak, their vision shaping the valley into a sanctuary. The castle's hum was a lullaby, its stones a testament to their dream, its magic a soothing embrace that lulled their heart into calm. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the loch's murmur a comfort that wrapped them in peace. They saw the founders in their mind's eye, their cloaks billowing, their laughter a melody that carried through centuries. The valley's magic was a gentle pulse, its air thick with the scent of earth and starlight. The oak's branches a silent guardian of their legacy. The student smiled, their heart light, the castle's glow a beacon that echoed the founder's vision. The grounds were still, save for the loch's soft song and the faint hum of magic, a melody that wove through the night. The castle stood as a testament to that day, its stones alive with their dream, a lullaby that carried the student into restful sleep. The night was vast, the stars a constellation of hope, the loch a mirror of dreams. The student's breath was even, their eyes closed, the grass soft beneath them, the scent of dew and heather lingering in the air. The tale of the founder's choice was a melody of unity and vision, a dreamy journey that lulled them into the soft embrace of sleep. The castle's towers glowed, their magic a gentle hum that echoed through time, a testament to Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar, whose valley became Hogwarts, a sanctuary woven from their hearts, a soothing pulse that carried the listener into the calm of dreams. The founding of the Room of Requirement. In the nascent days of Hogwarts, when the castle's stones still sang with the fresh magic of their creation, its corridors glowed with a soft, golden warmth. The air was thick with the scent of melting wax from flickering torches and the faint musk of newly carved stone, their surfaces smooth yet vibrant with the pulse of enchantment. Tapestries stirred gently, their threads whispering tales of ancient spells, while staircases creaked softly, shifting under the castle's will. The great hall's ceiling shimmered with a starry sky, its magic a mirror of the heavens, a serene canopy that wrapped the castle in a dreamy calm. Through these halls moved the four founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Their wands aglow, their voices a quiet harmony of purpose. Among them, Rowena's sharp mind burned brightest, her vision weaving a secret that would become one of Hogwarts's greatest treasures. The Room of Requirement. Rowena was a witch of unparalleled intellect, her raven dark robes flowing like liquid night, her eyes gleaming with a wisdom that saw beyond the present. Canonically known for her brilliance, she dreamed of a space that would serve the castle's heart, a room that could become anything needed by those who sought it. The air was cool, scented with parchment, and the faint tang of ink as she led the founders to a hidden corridor high in the castle's towers. The corridor was quiet, its stones smooth, its tapestries faded, but alive with the hum of magic. The founders stood together, their cloaks catching the torchlight, their wands sparking faintly, the air thick with the scent of wax and the promise of creation. Rowena's voice was a melody, soft yet precise, as she spoke of a room that would answer the castle's call, a lullaby that soothed their hearts into unity. The creation of the Room of Requirement, as canon lore suggests, was a masterpiece of collaborative magic. With Rowena at its helm, they chose a stretch of blank wall, its surface unassuming, yet pulsing with the castle's life. Rowena's wand traced intricate patterns, her spells weaving a tapestry of possibility, the air shimmering with runes that glowed like starlight. Godric added strength, his charms bold, ensuring the room's walls would stand firm. Helga wove warmth, her spells infusing the space with comfort, a haven for the weary. Salazar's magic was subtler, his enchantments guarding the room's secrets, ensuring it appeared only to those in true need. The stones hummed, their surface warm, the scent of dust and magic grounding. The corridor, a sanctuary where their dream took shape, a dreamy pulse that lulled their souls. The room's first appearance was a moment of wonder, its door materializing under Rowena's final spell, its wood gleaming with a soft, golden glow. The founders stepped inside, the air warm with the scent of polished wood and fresh linen, the space shifting to meet their thoughts. A library for Rowena, its shelves brimming with glowing tomes. A hearth for Helga, its fire crackling with warmth. A training ground for Godric, its floor smooth for duels. A shadowed chamber for Salazar, its silence deep and guarded. The canon tells of the room's ability to transform, providing what its seeker needs. Its magic, a gentle pulse that resonates with the castle's heart. The room's walls glowed faintly, their runes a soothing light, the air alive with the hum of their spells, a lullaby that wrapped the founders in calm. The Room of Requirement became a hidden gem, its door appearing only to those who walked the corridor with purpose. Early students found it by chance, a weary scholar seeking a quiet nook, a frightened child needing refuge, a dreamer craving a space to create. The room shifted, its walls molding into cozy alcoves, grand halls, or secret hideaways, its magic a comforting embrace. The air was thick with the scent of old books, warm bread, or polished steel, depending on the room's form. Its hum, a melody that soothed the heart. The founders' magic lingered, their spells a thread in the castle's tapestry. The room a testament to their vision. The torchlight flickered, casting dancing shadows. The corridor's silence, a dreamy veil that lulled the soul into peace. Centuries later, the room of requirement endured, its magic as vibrant as the day it was born. Modern Hogwarts buzzed with students, their laughter echoing through the halls. But the room remained a secret, known to few. Canonically, it served Harry and his friends, transforming into a training ground for Dumbledore's army, a haven for the lost, its door appearing when hope seemed faint. A student, wandering the castle at dusk, paused in a quiet corridor, their wand casting a soft glow. The air scented with wax and stone. They paced before the blank wall, their heart whispering a need, and the door appeared, its wood warm, its surface shimmering with runes. The air was cool, the scent of dust grounding, the castle's hum, a soothing melody that guided their steps. The student stepped inside, the room shifting to meet their heart's desire, a cozy nook with a crackling fire, its light casting golden shadows across a plush armchair. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and old books, the fire's warmth, a gentle embrace that wrapped them in calm. Shelves lined the walls, their tomes glowing faintly, their pages whispering tales of the founders. The student sank into the chair, their cloak pooling around them, their wand resting in their lap, its wood warm with magic. They imagined Rowena in this corridor, her wand sparking, her voice a melody weaving the room's magic. The castle's pulse was a lullaby, its stones holding the memory of the founder's dream, a soothing hum that lulled their heart. The room was a sanctuary, its walls alive with the founder's spells, its air thick with the scent of fire and parchment. The students' thoughts drifted to the room's first days, Godric's bold laughter, Helga's gentle touch, Rowena's sharp mind, Salazar's guarded secrets, all woven into this space. The fire crackled, its embers glowing, their light blending with the rune's faint shimmer, a dreamy glow that painted the room in shades of gold and shadow. The room's magic was a gentle pulse, its transformations a testament to the castle's heart, a lullaby that soothed the soul. The students' breath slowed, their eyes heavy. The chair's embrace a comfort that eased their mind, the scent of wood smoke grounding their dreams. Outside, Hogwarts stood under a starry sky, its towers piercing the night, its halls humming with the magic of centuries. The student imagined the corridor where the room was born, its blank wall a canvas for possibility, its door a secret that appeared only to those in need. The air was alive with the scent of wax and stone, the runes' glow a beacon that echoed the founder's vision. The fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the students smiled, their heart light, the room a treasure in their thoughts. The castle's hum was a melody, its magic a soothing thread that wove through time, a dreamy calm that lulled them into peace. The room was still, save for the fire's soft crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a melody that blended with the night's silence. The students' eyes closed, their breath even, the scent of wood smoke and parchment lingering in the air. The room of requirement was a testament to the founder's genius, a sanctuary that answered the heart's call, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The fire's embers glowed, their light fading, but their warmth remained, a gentle hum that echoed Rowena's vision, a dreamy journey woven into the heart of Hogwarts, soothing the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The creation of the Time Turner. In the heart of 19th century wizarding Britain, a quiet workshop stood tucked away in a cobblestone alley, its windows glowing with the soft amber light of lanterns. The air was thick with the scent of polished brass and old parchment, the faint tick of clocks, a steady pulse that wove through the evening's hush. Gears gleamed on wooden shelves, their surfaces catching the lantern's flicker, while vials of shimmering sand glowed faintly, their grains sparkling like stars. Outside, the alley was still, the cobblestones damp with evening mist, the distant murmur of a river blending with the night's serene melody. Within this haven of invention, a witch, her name lost to history, but her legacy canonically tied to the Time Turner, worked tirelessly, her robes dusted with fine sand, her wand sparking with delicate precision, her heart alight with the dream of bending time. The witch was a figure of quiet brilliance, her eyes sharp with curiosity, her hands steady as they handled delicate instruments. Canonically linked to the creation of the Time Turner, a device that allowed brief journeys through time. She sought to craft a tool for those who needed just a moment more. The workshop was a sanctuary, its air heavy with the scent of oil and metal. The lanterns casting golden shadows that danced across the walls. Clocks lined the shelves, their faces glowing, their ticks a soothing rhythm that blended with the hum of her spells. The witch's wand moved like a conductor's baton, her voice a gentle chant, the air alive with the pulse of magic, a dreamy calm that wrapped the room in a warm embrace. The creation of the Time Turner was a delicate dance of magic and craft, a moment of genius born in the workshop's glow. The canon tells of the Time Turner's intricate design, an hourglass filled with enchanted sand, its chains gleaming, its magic tightly bound by strict laws. The witch worked late into the night, her wand tracing runes that shimmered like moonlight, her hands assembling gears that clicked with precision. The hourglass at the heart of the device glowed faintly, its sand sparkling with a golden hue, each grain a whisper of time's flow. The air was thick with the scent of brass and parchment, the lantern's light a soothing beacon, the gear's soft tick a lullaby that lulled her heart into calm. The workshop's warmth was a haven, its silence a canvas for her dreams, the Time Turner a spark of possibility. The process was meticulous, the witch's spells weaving stability into the device, ensuring its magic would not unravel the fabric of time. She poured enchanted sand into the hourglass, its grains catching the lantern light, their glow a gentle pulse that resonated with her charms. The chains were forged with care, their links shimmering, each one etched with runes that guarded against misuse. The canon notes the ministry's later regulation of time turners, their use restricted to short jumps, as seen with Hermione Granger's careful stewardship. The workshop's air was alive with the scent of oil and magic. The clock's ticks, a steady rhythm. The hourglass's hum, a soothing melody that wrapped the night in peace. The witch's heart was light, her wand steady. The Time Turner, a dreamy creation that pulsed with the promise of moments reclaimed. The first test was a moment of quiet wonder. The workshop bathed in the lantern's golden glow, the air cool with the scent of mist from the open window. The witch held the Time Turner, its chains warm in her hand, its hourglass shimmering as she turned it once. The world blurred, the clock's ticks slowing, the air shimmering as she stepped back an hour, emerging in the same workshop, its lanterns still flickering, its scent unchanged. The canon hints at the dangers of time travel. But in this moment, the journey was gentle. The time turner's magic, a soft pulse that guided her safely. The workshop's warmth was a comfort. The gears click, a soothing rhythm. The hourglass's glow, a lullaby that lulled her soul into calm. The alley outside, a silent guardian of her secret. The time turner's magic spread quietly, its use guarded by those who understood its power. The witch shared her creation with trusted peers, their wands testing its limits, their voices a soft hum of awe. The device became a tool for moments of need. Scholars seeking extra hours, healers racing against time, its chains gleaming in their hands. The workshop remained a haven, its lanterns burning low, its air thick with the scent of brass and sand. The clock's ticks, a melody that soothed the heart. The canon tells of its rarity, its magic tightly controlled, its legacy enduring in the wizarding world. The alley's cobblestones gleamed under starlight. The river's murmur, a gentle echo. The time turner's hum, a dreamy pulse that wrapped the night in peace. Centuries later, the time turner's story lived on, whispered in the halls of Hogwarts. Its legend, a spark in the minds of students. Canonically, it aided Hermione, its chains jingling as she balanced her studies. Its magic, a delicate thread in her journey. A modern student sat in the Hogwarts library, a book open before them, its pages glowing with tales of the time turner's creation. The library was a sanctuary, its shelves towering with ancient tomes, the air heavy with the scent of parchment and old leather. The student read of the witch, her workshop aglow, her wand sparking, the hourglass shimmering with enchanted sand. The tale was a melody, its words painting images of the alley, its lanterns, its quiet hum of invention. The library's candles flickered, their light dancing on the pages, a soothing glow that lulled their heart. The student imagined the workshop, its gears gleaming, its air alive with the scent of brass and magic. They saw the witch, her robes dusted with sand, her wand weaving runes, the time turner glowing in her hands. The library's warmth was a comfort, its air thick with the scent of wax and dust. The book's pages, a window to a distant time. The time turner's magic was a gentle pulse, its story a thread that wove through the wizarding world, a spark that lit the night. The student's wand rested in their lap, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of the witch's spells. The library was still, save for the candle's flicker and the faint hum of the castle's magic. A lullaby that wrapped them in a dreamy calm. One misty evening, the student lingered by a library window, the time-turner's tale fresh in their mind, the glass cool against their hand. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and rain. The castle's towers aglow under a starry sky. Outside, the grounds stretched into the mist, the lake reflecting the heavens like a mirror of dreams. The student sat on a cushioned bench, a blanket draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to the workshop, its lanterns flickering, its air alive with the scent of brass and sand. The time-turner's hourglass glowed in their mind, its chains a beacon of possibility, its hum a soothing melody that lulled their heart. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the library's warmth a comfort that eased their soul. They saw the witch in her workshop, her wand sparking, the gears clicking, the time-turner's sand shimmering with magic. The library's candles popped, sending sparks upward, and the students smiled, their heart light, the tale a treasure in their thoughts. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and wax. The castle's hum, a gentle pulse that resonated through the stones. The time-turner was more than a device. It was a story, a legacy of ingenuity and care, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The window's glass misted with their breath, the candle's glow fading, but their warmth remained. A testament to the witch's vision, a gentle hum that lulled the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The library stood quiet, its shelves a silent guardian of the castle's history. The grounds outside cloaked in mist. The students' thoughts drifted, carried by the candle's flicker and the time-turner's hum. A dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. The castle's towers pierced the starry sky, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the stones. The time-turner's tale was a melody of possibility and wonder, a soothing journey that lulled them into the calm of sleep. A spark of magic woven into the heart of the wizarding world, guiding moments with its gentle glow. The magic of Madame Pomfrey. In the gentle glow of 1970s Hogwarts, the hospital wing stood as a sanctuary of healing, its high windows letting in soft moonlight that danced across the polished stone floor. The air was thick with the comforting scent of lavender and clean linen, mingling with the faint herbal tang of simmering potions. Rows of beds, their white sheets crisp and inviting, lined the walls, each framed by curtains that swayed softly in the evening breeze. The hum of healing spells pulsed quietly, a soothing melody woven into the wing's stillness, while the distant murmur of the castle's magic blended with the night's serene calm. Here, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, Hogwarts' beloved matron, moved with quiet grace, her robes crisp, her wand glowing faintly, her heart a beacon of care for every student who crossed her threshold. Madame Pomfrey was a witch of steadfast kindness, her eyes sharp yet warm, her hands steady as they dispensed remedies or adjusted a pillow. Canonically known as the school's healer, she mended broken bones, soothed fevers, and tended to the aches of young wizards with a blend of skill and stern compassion. The hospital wing was her domain, its air heavy with the scent of healing balms, the cauldrons bubbling softly, their steam curling like mist. The moonlight cast silver shadows, the bed's frames gleaming, the wing's warmth a cozy embrace that wrapped the space in a dreamy calm. Pomfrey's voice was a gentle murmur, her spells a soft hum, the air alive with the pulse of magic, a lullaby that lulled the heart into peace. Her work began each day with the same quiet ritual, checking potions, fluffing pillows, her wand weaving charms to keep the wing pristine. The canon tells of her mastery with remedies like Skelligro, her brisk efficiency in treating injuries from Quidditch mishaps or spell misfires. A student, perhaps nursing a sprained ankle, lay in a bed, the sheets cool against their skin, the scent of lavender grounding their nerves. Pomfrey approached, her wand sparking with a soft light, her voice a soothing chant as she cast a healing spell. The air shimmered, the pain easing, the potion's warmth spreading through the student's limbs. The wing's silence was a comfort, the moonlight's glow a gentle guide, the spell's hum a melody that wrapped them in calm, a dreamy haven of care. Pomfrey's days were filled with moments of quiet magic, each act a thread in the tapestry of her legacy. A Gryffindor with a broken arm winced as she administered Skelligro, its taste bitter, but its magic sure. Her stern reminder to avoid reckless dueling, softened by a kind smile. A Ravenclaw, feverish from a charmed cold, sipped a potion under her watchful eye, the liquid glowing faintly, its warmth easing their chills. The canon notes her role in Harry Potter's adventures, from mending his injuries to shielding him in times of crisis, her care a constant in the castle's chaos. The hospital wing's air was thick with the scent of herbs and linen, the bed's creak a steady rhythm, the moonlight a soothing light that lulled the soul into rest. Her magic was more than spells. It was the comfort of her presence, the certainty that no injury was too great under her care. A Hufflepuff, shaken from a potions explosion, found solace in her brisk but gentle touch, her wand weaving a charm that cooled their burns. A Slytherin, nursing a bruised ego as much as a sprained wrist, met her no-nonsense gaze, her words firm yet kind, her spell a spark of relief. The wing's warmth was a haven, its air alive with the hum of healing. The potion's steam, a dreamy veil that wrapped the space in peace. Pomfrey moved through the beds, her robes rustling, her wand a beacon of care, the scent of lavender and magic grounding her work, a lullaby that soothed the heart. Centuries later, Madame Pomfrey's legacy endured, her name whispered with gratitude in Hogwarts' halls. Modern students knew her story, their textbooks glowing with tales of her skill, her hospital wing a refuge for generations. A young wizard, recovering from a Quidditch fall, lay in the hospital wing, the air thick with the scent of healing balms, the moonlight casting silver shadows across the bed. The student read of Pomfrey, her wand sparking, her voice a murmur of care, her potions glowing in the cauldrons. The tale was a melody, its words painting images of the wing, its beds, its quiet hum of healing. The wing's warmth was a comfort, the curtain's sway a gentle rhythm, the castle's pulse a soothing lullaby that lulled their soul. The student imagined Pomfrey in the 1970s, her robes crisp, her wand weaving spells, the hospital wing aglow with moonlight and magic. They saw her tending a student, her hands steady, her voice a chant that eased pain, the potion's steam curling like dreams. The hospital wing's air was alive with the scent of lavender and linen, the bed's frames gleaming, the moonlight a beacon that echoed her care. Pomfrey's magic was a gentle pulse, her story a thread in Hogwarts' heart, a spark that lit the night. The student's wand rested by their side, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of her spells. The wing was still, save for the potion's soft bubble and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. One quiet evening, the student lingered in the hospital wing, Pomfrey's tale fresh in their mind, the moonlight wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of herbs and clean sheets, the curtains swaying softly, their rustle blending with the castle's hum. Outside, the Hogwarts grounds stretched under a starry sky, the lake reflecting the heavens like a mirror of dreams. The student lay in bed, a blanket tucked around them, their thoughts drifting to Pomfrey, her wand sparking, her smile a beacon of care. The hospital wing's magic was a soothing pulse, its moonlight a haven, its hum a lullaby that eased their heart into calm. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the bed's warmth a comfort that lulled their soul. They saw Pomfrey in the wing, her robes rustling, her wand weaving spells, the potions glowing with a light that healed. The hospital wing's air was thick with the scent of lavender and magic, the moonlight's glow a beacon that echoed through time. Pomfrey's legacy was more than healing. It was a story, a spark of kindness woven into Hogwarts' heart, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The potions bubbled softly, their steam fading, but their warmth remained, a testament to Pomfrey's care, a gentle hum that lulled the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The hospital wing stood quiet, its beds a silent guardian of the castle's history, the grounds outside cloaked in starlight. The students' thoughts drifted, carried by the moonlight and the wing's hum, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. The castle's towers pierced the starry sky, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the stones. Pomfrey's tale was a melody of care and strength, a soothing journey that lulled them into the calm of sleep, a spark of magic woven into the heart of Hogwarts, guiding generations with its gentle touch. The tale of the first Patronus. In a long-forgotten wizarding village, nestled in a frost-kissed valley of medieval Britain, the night air shimmered with the quiet magic of a winter's eve. Snow dusted the thatched roofs of cozy cottages, their windows glowing with the soft amber light of hearth fires, casting golden pools across the icy ground. The air was crisp, heavy with the scent of wood smoke and pine, the faint crackle of fires blending with the gentle crunch of snow underfoot. Lanterns hung from wooden posts, their flickering flames swaying in the breeze, painting the village in shades of warmth and shadow. A starry sky stretched above, its constellations pulsing with ancient secrets, their light a serene melody that wrapped the valley in a dreamy calm. Here, a lone wizard, his name lost to time, but his legacy canonically tied to the Patronus charm, stood on the village's edge, his cloak dusted with snow, his wand glowing faintly, his heart alight with a spark of hope against the encroaching dark. The wizard was a figure of quiet resolve, his eyes bright with determination, his hands steady despite the chill that bit at his fingers. Canonically linked to the creation of the Patronus charm, a spell to summon a guardian of light against Dementors, he sought to shield his village from the shadows that stirred beyond the valley. The air was thick with the scent of frost and cedar, the snowflakes catching the lantern light, their glitter a soothing dance. The village was still, its cottages huddled close, their fears a warm pulse that countered the night's cold. The wizard's breath misted in the air, his wand a beacon of warmth, its faint hum a lullaby that lulled his heart into calm. The valley a haven where his dream took root. The creation of the Patronus charm was a moment of profound magic, born in the silence of a snowy night. The wizard stood in a clearing just beyond the village, the snow soft under his boots, the air alive with the pulse of his spells. The canon tells of the Patronus as a silvery guardian, conjured from joy and light, its form a reflection of the caster's soul. He closed his eyes, summoning a memory, a moment of laughter by a hearth, the warmth of a loved one's smile, his wand tracing arcs that shimmered like starlight. The air glowed, a faint mist rising from the snow, the scent of pine grounding his focus. A silvery light coalesced, taking shape as a majestic wolf, its form radiant, its eyes gleaming with quiet strength. The wolf's glow was a comfort, its presence a soothing pulse, the clearing a sanctuary where light was born, a dreamy calm that wrapped the night in peace. The process was delicate, the wizard's spells weaving joy into the charm, ensuring its light could pierce even the deepest despair. The wolf paced the clearing, its silvery paws leaving no mark on the snow, its glow casting soft shadows that danced across the trees. The canon notes the charm's power to repel Dementors, its corporeal form a shield of hope, as seen in Harry Potter's stag or Lupin's wolf. The air was crisp, the scent of frost and wood smoke grounding, the lantern light blending with the Patronus's glow, a lullaby that soothed the soul. The wizard's heart was light, his wand steady, the charm's hum a gentle melody that resonated with the valley's magic, a spark of hope that lit the dark. The first Patronus's light was a beacon, its glow driving back the shadows that lurked beyond the village. The wizard tested his creation, his wand raised as a chill wind stirred, carrying the faint dread of unseen Dementors. The wolf surged forward, its silvery form a radiant shield, its light warming the air, banishing the cold despair. The village's lanterns flickered, their flames steadying, the snowflakes catching the Patronus's glow. Their glitter a dreamy dance. The canon hints at the charm's origins in such moments, its magic spreading to protect wizarding kind. The clearing's silence was a comfort, the air alive with the scent of pine and magic, the wolf's hum, a soothing pulse that lulled the heart into calm, a testament to the wizard's vision. The charm's magic spread quietly, shared with the village's elders, their wands sparking as they summoned their own Patronuses, stags, eagles, foxes, each a spark of joy. The village came alive with silvery light, the cottage's windows reflecting the guardian's glow, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and frost. The wizard stood among them, his wolf at his side, his smile a melody that warmed the night. The canon tells of the Patronus's enduring role, a spell taught through generations, its light a symbol of hope. The valley's snow sparkled, the lanterns flicker a beacon, the village's hum a lullaby that wrapped the night in peace. A dreamy haven where light triumphed over shadow. Centuries later, the Patronus charm lived on, its legacy a spark in the halls of Hogwarts. Canonically, it shielded Harry and his friends, its silvery forms a shield against despair, its magic a thread in the wizarding world. A modern student stood on the Hogwarts grounds, their wand raised, the air crisp with the scent of frost and grass. The castle loomed behind them, its towers aglow under a starry sky, its hum a soothing melody that echoed the valley's magic. The student cast their Patronus, a silvery hair leaping into the night, its glow warming their heart. The tale of the first wizard, a spark in their mind. The grounds were still, the lake reflecting the stars, the air alive with the scent of dew and magic, a dreamy calm that lulled their soul. The student imagined the medieval village, its snow-dusted cottages, its lanterns flickering, the wizard's wand weaving the first Patronus. They saw the wolf, its silvery form radiant, its glow a shield against the dark, the valley aglow with hope. The castle's warmth was a comfort, its air thick with the scent of frost and stone, the hair's glow a beacon that echoed the wizard's vision. The Patronus's magic was a gentle pulse, its story a thread that wove through time, a spark that lit the night. The student's wand was warm in their hand, its hum a quiet echo of the wizard's spells. The grounds were quiet, save for the lake's soft lap and the castle's hum. a lullaby that wrapped them in peace, the tale a soothing melody that lulled their heart. One starry evening, the student lingered by the lake, the Patronus's tale fresh in their mind, the castle's glow wrapping them in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of frost and grass, the stars twinkling above, their light catching the water like scattered diamonds. The student sat on a soft patch of ground, a cloak draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to the village, its lanterns glowing, its air alive with the scent of pine and magic. The wolf's silvery glow danced in their mind, its light a beacon of hope, its hum a soothing pulse that eased their soul. The castle's towers stood tall, their magic a steady hum, the lake's murmur a lullaby that lulled their heart into calm. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing. The lake's cool air a comfort that wrapped them in peace. They saw the wizard in the clearing, his wand sparking, the wolf leaping into the night, the village aglow with light. The castle's hum was a melody, its stones holding the memory of the Patronus's birth. The hare's glow, a spark that lit their dreams. The air was thick with the scent of frost and dew. The star's light, a beacon that echoed through centuries. The Patronus was more than a spell. It was a story, a legacy of joy and light, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep. The lake's murmur faded, the stars' glow softening, but their warmth remained, a testament to the wizard's vision, a gentle hum that lulled the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The grounds stood quiet, the castle a silent guardian, its towers piercing the starry sky. The students' thoughts drifted, carried by the lake's song and the Patronus's glow, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in peace. The wizard's tale was a melody of hope and strength, a soothing journey that lulled them into the calm of sleep, a spark of magic woven into the heart of the wizarding world, guiding generations with its radiant light. The Wandmaker's song, the legacy of Ollivander, in the twilight hush of Diagon Alley, where cobblestones gleamed under the fading light. A single shop glowed like a beacon in a quiet corner. Ollivander's wand shop stood apart, its windows dusty yet warm, casting a soft amber light onto the street. The air carried the scent of polished wood and wax, mingling with the faint sweetness of twilight mist that curled through the alley. Inside, the shop was a haven of cluttered warmth, its shelves stacked high with narrow boxes, each humming faintly with the promise of magic. The walls seemed to breathe with the weight of countless wands, their wood gleaming under the flicker of a single chandelier, its candles dripping wax like silent tears. Outside, the alley was hushed, the distant clatter of footsteps fading as Diagon Alley settled into the dreamy calm of dusk. At the heart of this sanctuary stood Godric Ollivander, a master wandmaker whose name was woven into the fabric of wizarding history. His eyes, sharp and bright as starlight, held a wisdom that seemed to see beyond the wood and core of each wand to the soul it would choose. His hands, steady and lined with years of craft, moved with a quiet grace, handling each wand as if it were a living thing. His voice was a soothing whisper, a melody that blended with the faint hum of the wands, filling the shop with a sense of timeless creation. To step into Ollivander's was to enter a world where magic was not just cast, but crafted, where every wand sang its own song, waiting for the wizard who would hear it. Ollivander's craft was a dance of precision and reverence. By canon, he worked with cores of unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings, each chosen for its unique magic. Late at night, when the alley slept, he would stand at his workbench, his wand sparking faintly as he shaped wood with a lathe's soft whir. Cedar, ash, and holly curled into shavings at his feet, their scent rising warm and rich, filling the shop with the earthy perfume of creation. A unicorn hair, shimmering like moonlight, would be woven into a wand's core, its glow pulsing as if alive. A phoenix feather, crimson and gold, would spark with a warmth that seemed to hum a lullaby. Dragon heartstrings thrummed with raw power, their energy a steady beat in the quiet. Each wand was a unique song, its magic a melody only Ollivander could hear, his focus serene as he worked under the chandelier's glow. The shop itself was a living thing, its boxes rustling faintly, as if the wands whispered to one another in the dark. The air was warm, heavy with the scent of varnish and magic, the walls aglow with the soft light of creation. Ollivander moved through this space like a conductor, his hands guiding the wands to their purpose. His craft was not just skill, but art, a delicate balance of wood and core, of magic and heart. The lathe's hum was a counterpoint to the wand's faint song, a symphony of creation that filled the shop with a dreamy calm. To watch him work was to feel the weight of centuries, of a legacy that stretched back to the earliest days of wizarding kind. In the heart of his craft was a truth known to all who entered his shop. The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander, canonically a master of this sacred pairing, would test each wand with a flick, its sparks lighting the shop like fireflies. A young wizard, wide-eyed and nervous, might step through the door, their footsteps soft on the worn floorboards. Ollivander would study them, his eyes sharp yet kind, before selecting a box from the towering shelves. The wand within might be willow, supple and warm, or oak, sturdy and true. When the wizard's hand closed around it, the wand would glow, its wood warm to the touch, its magic a quiet spark that lit the air with golden light. Ollivander's smile was gentle, his voice murmuring the wand's story, its core, its wood, its heart, as if sharing a secret. The connection was a melody, a moment of harmony between wizard and wand, the shop alive with the hum of potential. Each pairing was a ritual, a dance of light and sound. The boxes rustled, their contents eager, as Ollivander moved through the shop, his hands brushing the shelves with a reverence that spoke of love. The air shimmered with sparks as wands found their matches, some bursting with flowers, others casting a soft breeze that stirred the dust. The young wizard's face would light with wonder, their wand a piece of themselves they hadn't known was missing. Ollivander's voice was a soothing guide, his words weaving the story of the wand's creation, its core a thread of magic that tied the wizard to the shop's heart. The wand's hum was a lullaby, their song a promise of magic yet to come, lulling the shop into a dreamy stillness. Through the centuries, Ollivander's was endured, a cornerstone of Diagon Alley, as canon dictates. Its dusty windows and cluttered shelves remained unchanged, a testament to Garrick's legacy. Students still came, their footsteps soft on the cobblestones, drawn by the shop's glow, its warmth a beacon in the twilight. Each wand they held was a piece of Ollivander's heart, crafted with the same care he had given decades before. The shop was a living archive, its wands shaping wizarding history, one chosen, one spark, one story at a time. From the wands that fought in great battles to those that cast quiet charms in Hogwarts halls, Ollivander's craft was a thread in the tapestry of magic, its hum a constant in a changing world. The students who visited felt it, the shop's magic, its warmth, its promise. They would step inside their cloaks brushing the doorframe, and find Ollivander waiting, his eyes bright with the same curiosity that had guided him all his life. The shelves loomed high, their boxes whispering, the air thick with the scent of wood and varnish. A wand would be placed in their hand, its wood warm, its core humming, and the shop would come alive with light. The students' laughter mingled with the wand's song, the chandelier's glow, casting shadows that danced like memories. Ollivander's legacy was not just in the wands, but in the moments of connection, the quiet joy of a wizard finding their match, the shop, a haven where magic was born. One evening, a student lingered in the shop after choosing their wand. Ollivander, sensing their quiet wonder, gestured to a small hearth in the corner, its fire crackling softly, its warmth wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The student settled by the fire, their wand in hand, its wood smooth and warm, its core a faint hum that seemed to sing with the shop's magic. The air was heavy with the scent of cedar and wax, the shelves rustling as if the wands whispered their own tales. Outside, Diagon Alley was quiet, its cobblestones gleaming under the moonlight, the shop's glow a solitary star in the dusk. The fire's crackle was a steady rhythm, its light painting the student's face in shades of amber and gold. They traced the wand's grain, feeling its magic pulse beneath their fingers, a connection that felt like coming home. The shop was alive around them, its boxes humming, its walls holding the memory of every wand ever crafted. The student's thoughts drifted to Ollivander at his workbench, his hands steady, his wand sparking as he shaped wood and core into something alive. They imagined the first wands, their cores glowing, unicorn hair shimmering, phoenix feathers blazing, dragon heartstrings thrumming with power. The shop's warmth was a lullaby, its magic a soothing hum that eased the heart. The wand's song was faint but clear, a melody that wove through the fire's crackle and the scent of polished wood. The student saw the shop through the centuries, wizards young and old, their faces lit with wonder, their wands sparking as they found their match. Ollivander's voice, soft and sure, had guided them all, his legacy a thread that tied the past to the present. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks upward, and the student smiled, their breath slowing, their heart light. The shop's magic was a gentle pulse, a promise that every wand held a story, every spark a dream. As the flames danced, the students' eyes grew heavy, the wand warm in their hand, its hum a lullaby that blended with the fire's song. The shop was still, save for the crackle of the hearth and the faint rustle of the shelves, the air thick with the scent of wood and magic. Outside, the alley slept under a sky scattered with stars, its cobblestones a path to countless stories. The students' breath was even, their heart eased by the shop's embrace, its warmth a reminder of Ollivander's craft, his legacy a melody that lingered in every wand, the fire's glow and the wand's soft song lulled them into a dreamy rest, a tale of creation and connection that carried them into the quiet of sleep. The tale of the first Hogwarts ghosts. In the dawn of Hogwarts, when the castle was newly wrought, its stone halls echoed with the footsteps of its creators. The air was thick with the scent of fresh-cut stone and the acrid tang of torch smoke, the walls still raw from the chisel's touch. Torches flickered in their sconces, casting golden light that danced across the corridors, illuminating tapestries that stirred as if waking from a dream. The great hall's ceiling shimmered with a starry expanse, its magic a reflection of the night sky, a serene canopy that seemed to hum with the castle's nascent life. Staircases whispered as they shifted, their steps realigning under unseen spells, and the castle itself felt alive, its stones pulsing with the magic of its founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Their voices, a quiet chorus of purpose and passion, filled the hall, their wands weaving spells that bound the castle's spirit to their vision of a sanctuary for magic. The founders moved through the castle like weavers at a loom, their magic threading through every stone and beam. Godric's laughter rang bold, his wand sparking with fiery light. Helga's gentle hum softened the air, her spells warm as hearth fire. Rowena's sharp mind carved intricate charms, her voice clear as crystal. And Salazar's quiet intensity left shadows that lingered, his magic deep and secretive. Together, they shaped Hogwarts, a haven where magic could thrive, its halls a testament to their dreams. Yet, even in those early days, the castle held secrets, whispers of those who would linger beyond life, bound to its stones by choice and fate. The first ghosts arrived as the castle took root, their forms shimmering into being, each tied to the founder's era by threads of canon lore. Nearly headless Nick, once Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, appeared with a gallant shimmer his ruff crisp, his head lolling slightly, a reminder of his near decapitation. The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, drifted with quiet sorrow, her eyes distant, her robes flowing like mist. The bloody Baron, heavy with chains that clinked softly, carried a darkness that clung to him like shadow. And the fat friar, a Hufflepuff monk, brought warmth with his laughter, his ghostly form glowing like a candle in the dark. Their arrival was a quiet miracle, their presence cool as the stone walls, their voices a soothing whisper that blended with the castle's hum. The air carried the scent of old stone and wax, and the ghosts' forms shimmered under the torchlight, their stories woven into the castle's heart. These spirits chose to stay, bound by canon to Hogwarts, their purposes as varied as the founders themselves. Nick, ever the gallant knight, lingered to inspire courage, his tales of chivalry a spark for Gryffindor hearts. The Grey Lady, tied to Ravenclaw's legacy, haunted the library's shadowed corners, her quiet wisdom a guide for those who sought knowledge. The Baron, burdened by his past, wandered the Slytherin dungeons, his chains a reminder of choices made and lost. The friar, with his Hufflepuff warmth, drifted through the common room, his laughter a comfort to students far from home. Their presence was a balm, their voices a lullaby that echoed through the halls, their magic a gentle thread that tied the castle's past to its future. In those early days, the ghosts wove themselves into the castle's life. Nick would stand in the great hall, his translucent form glowing under the starry ceiling, telling tales of battles and honor to wide-eyed students. His voice, a melodic hum that eased their fears. The Grey Lady lingered by the library, her sorrow softened by the scent of parchment and the rustle of pages, her whispers guiding scholars to forgotten tomes. The Baron moved through the shadows, his chains clinking softly, his presence a quiet warning to those who strayed too far from ambition's path. The friar, ever joyful, sat by the Hufflepuff hearth, its fire crackling, its warmth blending with his laughter, his stories of kindness a soothing embrace. The castle's torchlight glowed, its stones warm with magic, and the ghosts' voices were a lullaby that lulled the heart into calm. Centuries passed, and Hogwarts grew, its halls filled with the laughter of new generations. The ghosts remained, their forms shimmering in moonlit corridors, their presence a canon cornerstone of the castle's spirit. The great hall's ceiling still sparkled with stars. The staircases still whispered as they shifted, and the ghosts wandered, their stories enduring. Students met them in quiet moments. Nick in a corridor, his ruff gleaming, sharing a tale of valor. The gray lady by a window, her voice a whisper of wisdom. The Baron in a shadowed alcove, his chains a soft clink. The Friar in the common room, his laughter a beacon. The castle's magic was a steady pulse, its air cool with the scent of wax and stone. The ghost's glow, a calming presence that made Hogwarts feel like home. One night, a student wandered the halls, their footsteps soft on the worn stone, their wand casting a gentle glow. The castle was quiet, save for the distant creak of a staircase and the faint hum of magic in the walls. They paused by a tapestry, its threads woven with scenes of the founders, and felt a cool breeze, as if the castle itself exhaled. The fat friar appeared, his form shimmering, his laughter warm as the hearth he loved. His voice was a soothing whisper, telling a tale of the castle's early days, of founders and ghosts who bound their spirits to its stones. The student listened, their heart easing, the friar's words a quiet gift that painted images of torch-lit halls and starry skies. The student found themselves drawn to the great hall, its doors open, its ceiling a cascade of stars that mirrored the night outside. A fire burned in the hearth, its crackle a steady rhythm, its warmth wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of wood and wax, the faint echo of the ghosts' voices lingering like a melody. The student settled by the fire, their cloak pooling around them, and the friar drifted nearby, his glow soft, his laughter a lullaby. He spoke of the ghost's choice to stay, of their love for the castle, of the moments they shared with students across centuries. The fire's light danced on his translucent form, and the students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing. The castle's magic, a soothing pulse. The friar's tale wove images of the founders, their wands sparking as they shaped the castle, their voices a chorus that still echoed in the halls. The student saw Nick's gallant stride, the gray lady's quiet grace, the Baron's heavy chains, the friar's warm smile. The castle was alive around them, its stones holding the memory of every spell, every story, every ghost. The fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the students smiled, their heart light. The friar's voice, a melody that carried them into a dreamy calm. The scent of wood and wax was a comfort. The ghost's glow, a reminder of the castle's enduring spirit. the great hall was still, save for the fire's crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a lullaby that blended with the friar's tale. Outside, the night was vast, its stars reflected in the hall's ceiling, a mirror of the founder's dreams. The students' thoughts drifted to the ghosts who wandered these halls. Nick's courage, the Grey Lady's wisdom, the Baron's burden, the Friar's warmth. Each was a thread in Hogwarts' tapestry, their presence a soothing embrace that made the castle more than stone and spell. The fire's glow was a beacon, its warmth a promise that the ghost stories would live on, lulling all who heard them into rest. As the friar's voice faded, the students' eyes closed, their breath even, their heart eased by the castle's quiet magic. The fire's crackle and the scent of wood filled the air, the ghost's glow, a gentle light that lingered in the hall. The castle stood as it always had, its halls alive with the echoes of its founders and their spirits. Its magic a lullaby for the ages. The student slept, cradled by the great hall's warmth, the ghosts' tales, a dreamy journey that carried them into the soft embrace of sleep. A tale of legacy and love woven into the heart of Hogwarts. The whispering trees of the Forbidden Forest. Long before the towers of Hogwarts pierced the sky, there was a forest, ancient and untamed, its roots deep as the earth's own heart. The Forbidden Forest, as it would later be called, stretched across a valley where mist clung to the ground like a lover's whisper. Its trees, gnarled and towering, stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with centuries of secrets. The air was cool, scented with damp moss and the sharp bite of pine, stirred by a breeze that carried the faint hum of something alive, something magical. At dawn, the first light filtered through the canopy, painting the leaves in hues of emerald and gold, while shadows danced across the forest floor, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, their decay a rich perfume, and the distant trickle of a stream wove a melody through the silence, a serene prelude to the forest's ancient tale. In those primordial days, before stone halls rose and wands sparked, the forest was a sanctuary for creatures of magic. Unicorns, their coats shimmering like moonlight, glided through the glades, their hooves silent on the moss, their presence a soft glow that warmed the air. Centaurs, proud and wise, moved beneath the stars, their eyes reading the heavens, their voices low as they spoke of fates unwritten. Thestrals, invisible to those untouched by death, flitted through the shadows, joy, their wings a whisper against the night, their skeletal forms a haunting grace. These creatures were the forest's first inhabitants, their magic woven into its roots, their lives a quiet symphony that echoed through the trees. The forest protected them, its branches curling like a mother's arms, its air thick with the scent of earth and enchantment. At the heart of the forest's magic was a haunting lullaby, a melody hummed by the trees themselves when no human ear was near to. It was a sound both ethereal and ancient, rising from the roots, trembling through the leaves, a song of each memory and time. In the stillness of midnight, when the moon hung low and silver, the trees would sing, their voices a soft hum that wove through the mist, soothing the creatures that called the forest home. The unicorns would pause, their heads bowed, as if in reverence. The centaurs would lift their gazes, their eyes gleaming with starlight. The thestrals would glide silently, their wings catching the melody's rhythm. The lullaby was the forest's soul, a secret shared only with those who tread gently, its notes a balm that lulled the heart into a dreamy calm. Centuries later, a new creature came to the forest, one whose story would become legend. Aragog, a young acromantula, was brought to these woods by a kind-hearted boy named Hagrid, his pincers small but sharp, his many eyes glinting with curiosity. The forest welcomed him, its trees parting to offer shelter, its shadows a cloak for his growing form. Aragog found a hollow deep within, where the ground was soft with moss and the air heavy with the scent of earth. There, he wove his first webs, their silk glistening like starlight, his voice a low click that blended with the forest's lullaby. As years passed, Aragog grew, his children spreading through the trees, their webs a silver lattice that caught the moonlight. The forest embraced them, its magic a shield, its roots a cradle for their generations. Aragog's colony became part of the forest's heart, their presence a testament to its power to protect those who sought its refuge. The Forbidden Forest was more than a place. It was a keeper of memories, a guardian of secrets. Its trees remembered every hoofprint, every whispered spell, every creature that had walked its paths. To those who tread gently, the forest spoke, its lullaby a guide through the shadows. A centaur might pause to share a prophecy, their voice low and resonant, their eyes fixed on the stars. A unicorn might appear, its glow a fleeting gift, its presence a moment of peace. The thestrals, seen only by those marked by loss, might brush past, their wings a soft breeze, their silence a comfort. Even Aragog's children, feared by many, would watch from their webs, their clicks a quiet acknowledgement of those who respected the forest's laws. The forest's magic was a steady pulse, its air cool with the scent of moss and pine. Its lullaby a soothing thread that wove through every leaf and root. In modern times, the forest stood as it always had, its borders fringing Hogwarts, its shadows deep and inviting. Students, drawn by tales of its mysteries, would venture to its edge, their wands casting faint light, their footsteps soft on the leaf-strewn ground. One such student, cloaked in the quiet of dusk, slipped past the castle's gates, drawn by the forest's call. The air was cool, the scent of earth and dew heavy, and the trees loomed tall, their branches swaying as if in greeting. The student moved deeper, their wand aglow, the forest's lullaby a faint hum that seemed to guide their steps. The path wound through glades where unicorns once walked, past hollows where centaurs still gazed at the stars, and into a clearing where the air shimmered with the forest's magic. In the clearing, the student paused, the ground soft beneath their feet, the air alive with the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of wild flowers. The tree's lullaby grew clearer, its notes a melody that wrapped around them like a blanket, soothing their heart. They sat against a great oak, its bark warm despite the evening chill, its branches whispering overhead. The forest seemed to breathe, its magic a gentle pulse that hummed in the leaves, in the roots, in the very air. The student's thoughts drifted to the creatures that had called this place home. Unicorns with their glowing coats, centaurs with their star-lit wisdom, thestrals with their silent grace, Aragog with his web-woven kingdom. The forest remembered them all, its lullaby a song of their lives, their stories woven into its heart. The clearing was bathed in moonlight, its silver light pooling on the ground, catching the dew like scattered stars. The student imagined the forest before Hogwarts, its trees standing sentinel over a wild valley, its creatures moving through the mist. They saw Aragog, young and curious, spinning his first web, his clicks a counterpoint to the tree's song. They felt the forest's protection, its branches curling to shield those who respected its ways, its lullaby a promise of safety. The air was cool, the scent of moss and earth grounding, and the tree's hum was a melody that eased the soul. The student's breath slowed, their eyes heavy. The forest's magic, a soothing embrace that lulled them into calm. The forbidden forest was a living legend, its trees whispering tales of those who had walked its paths. Its lullaby was a thread that tied past to present, a song that spoke of unicorns and centaurs, of thestrals and acromantulas, of a forest that protected and remembered. The student leaned against the oak, its warmth a comfort, the moonlight a gentle glow that painted the clearing in shades of silver and shadow. The forest's hum was a lullaby for the ages, its notes a melody that carried the weight of centuries, of creatures and magic, of secrets and safety. The student's heart was light, their thoughts drifting like leaves on the breeze, the forest's song a dreamy calm that wrapped them in rest. As the lullaby faded, the clearing was still, save for the rustle of leaves and the distant trickle of a stream. The forest stood as it always had, its trees tall and ancient, its magic a steady pulse that cradled all who entered with care. The student's eyes closed, their breath even, the scent of moss and pine lingering in the air. The moonlight glowed, the trees whispered, and the forest's lullaby was a soothing embrace, a tale of protection and memory that carried them into the quiet of sleep. The forbidden forest, with its whispering trees and ancient heart, remained a sanctuary, its song a lullaby for those who listened, a dreamy journey into the magic of the wild. The Quiet Keeper, the life of a Hogwarts portrait. In the earliest days of Hogwarts, when the castle's stones were still settling into their eternal places, a witch was painted on a canvas that would hang in a forgotten corner of the castle. Her name was Lysandra, though few now remembered it. Her portrait tucked away in a quiet alcove off a winding corridor. The air around her was cool, scented with the faint musk of old stone and the wax of torches that flickered in their sconces. Her canvas, framed in weathered oak, glowed softly under the torchlight, its colors vibrant despite the centuries. Lysandra's eyes, painted with a knowing warmth, gazed out from her portrait, her robes of deep green flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. The castle around her was alive, its staircases whispering as they shifted, its walls humming with the magic of its founders. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The great hall's ceiling sparkled with stars, a dreamy canopy that mirrored the night sky, and Lysandra's alcove, though small, was a haven of serenity in the bustling castle. Lysandra was no grand figure in wizarding history, not a hero or a sage, but a witch of quiet strength, painted to guard a minor corridor near the Ravenclaw Tower. Her artist, a friend of Rowena's, had captured her essence, a gentle smile, a wand held loosely, a gaze that saw more than it revealed. She was created in the castle's infancy. When the founder's footsteps still echoed through the halls, their voices a chorus of hope and ambition. Lysandra watched them, her canvas a silent witness to their dreams. Godric's bold laughter, Helga's soft humming, Rowena's sharp wit, Salazar's measured tones, they filled the air, blending with the scent of fresh stone and the crackle of new fires. The castle was young, its magic raw and vibrant, and Lysandra felt it pulse through her painted world, a melody that lulled her into a timeless calm. To be a portrait was to live in a curious half-life, neither flesh nor ghost, but something eternal. Lysandra watched generations pass through Hogwarts halls, their faces changing, their voices rising and falling like waves. She saw children arrive, wide-eyed and nervous, their robes too big, their wands sparking with untamed magic. She saw them grow, their laughter bolder, their steps surer, until they left, only to be replaced by new faces. The castle's rhythm was her own, torchlight flickering, staircases shifting, the great hall's ceiling painting new skies each night. The air carried the scent of parchment and ink, of feasts and fires. And Lysandra's alcove was a quiet refuge, her presence a soft glow in the shadows. She felt the weight of centuries, not as a burden, but as a privilege, her canvas a keeper of memories that spanned the castle's life. By night, when the castle slept, Lysandra's true purpose stirred. Lost students, wandering the labyrinthine halls, would find her alcove, their faces pale under the moonlight that slipped through high windows. A first-year, tears in their eyes, might pause before her portrait, unsure of the way to their common room. Lysandra's voice, soft as a whisper, would drift from the canvas, a soothing melody that calmed their racing heart. Left at the next corridor, dear, past the tapestry of the dancing trolls, she would murmur, her painted eyes warm with kindness. Her wand would glow faintly, casting a light that guided them, its shimmer a beacon in the dark. The air was cool, scented with stone and wax, and her words were a lullaby, easing the students' fear, lulling them into a sense of safety. She never sought praise, only the quiet joy of helping. Her canvas a silent guardian in the night. Lysandra's memories were a tapestry of Hogwarts' history, woven from moments she had witnessed over centuries. She remembered the founders, their presence as vivid as the day they walked past her alcove. Godric, his sword gleaming, pausing to nod at her with a grin. Helga, her hands dusted with flour, humming as she carried a basket to the kitchens. Rowena, her eyes sharp, lingering to speak of spells. Salazar, his gaze distant, passing in silence. Their magic lingered in the air, a pulse that matched the castle's heartbeat, its scent of earth and fire, a comfort to her painted heart. She recalled the marauders, their laughter wild and reckless, slipping past her alcove with a map that glowed under their wands. James's wink, Sirius's grin, Remus's quiet nod, Peter's hurried glance. They were a storm of youth, their footsteps a melody that echoed long after they were gone. And then there was Harry, a boy with a scar and a weight too heavy for his years. Lysandra watched him pass her alcove, his cloak brushing the stone, his eyes bright with courage and doubt. She saw him with friends, Ron and Hermione, their voices a soft hum in the night, their wands casting light that danced on her canvas. She felt a quiet pride in witnessing his story, his battles, his triumphs, his heart. The castle's air was thick with the scent of wax and old magic, and Harry's presence was a spark that lit the halls, a reminder of the hope that Hogwarts held. Lysandra's memories were a treasure, each one a thread in the castle's story, her canvas a keeper of its heart. In modern Hogwarts, Lysandra remained, her portrait untouched by time, its colors as vibrant as the day it was painted. The castle bustled with new students, their laughter filling the halls, their wands sparking with fresh magic. The staircases still shifted, the portraits still stirred, and Lysandra's alcove was a quiet haven, its air cool with the scent of stone and torch smoke. Students passed her without notice, their eyes on grander sights, but those who paused found a friend in her painted gaze. A late-night wanderer, lost in the maze of corridors, might hear her voice, soft and guiding, her words a lullaby that led them home. Her canvas glowed faintly, its magic a gentle pulse, a reminder that she was still part of Hogwarts, her presence a thread in its timeless tapestry. One night, a student found themselves before Lysandra's portrait, their wand casting a trembling light. The corridor was quiet, the air heavy with the scent of wax and the faint hum of the castle's magic. The student's cloak was damp from the evening mist, their breath misting in the cool air. Lysandra's eyes softened, her voice a whisper that drifted from the canvas. "You're not far, dear," she said, her tone a soothing melody. "Follow the corridor to the right, past the suit of armor that bows." Her wand glowed, its light a beacon that lit the student's path, the air alive with the scent of old stone and the castle's quiet magic. The student smiled, their heart easing, and followed her guidance, their footsteps soft on the worn floor. The student found a small chamber at the corridor's end, its walls aglow with the faint light of enchanted sconces. A fire burned in a modest hearth, its crackle a steady rhythm, its warmth wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The air was thick with the scent of wood and wax, the faint musk of old stone grounding the space. The student settled by the fire, their cloak pooling around them, and Lysandra's presence seemed to linger, her voice a memory that echoed in the quiet. They thought of her tales, of the founders, their wands sparking as they shaped the castle, of the marauders, their laughter a storm in the night, of Harry, his courage a light in the dark. The fire's glow painted the walls, its light blending with the sconce's shimmer, and the students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing. Lysandra's quiet pride was in her enduring place in Hogwarts, her canvas a witness to its history, her voice a guide for its future. The chamber was still, save for the fire's crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a lullaby that wove through the air. The student imagined Lysandra in her alcove, her eyes watching generations pass, her heart holding their stories. The scent of wood and wax was a comfort, the fire's warmth a reminder of the castle's embrace. The student's thoughts drifted, carried by the melody of Lysandra's voice, its soothing cadence a thread that tied past to present. The castle's magic was a gentle pulse, its walls alive with the memories of those who had walked its halls. The fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the students smiled, their heart light, the chamber a haven of calm. Lysandra's portrait, though far away, seemed near, her presence a soft glow that lingered in the air. The castle stood as it always had, its stones holding the stories of founders, marauders, and heroes. Its magic a lullaby for all who called it home. The students' eyes closed, their breath even, the fire's warmth and the scent of old stone lulling them into a dreamy rest. Lysandra, the quiet keeper, remained in her alcove, her canvas a testament to Hogwarts's heart, her voice a soothing whisper that carried the student into the gentle embrace of sleep, a tale of memory and pride woven into the castle's eternal song. Helga Hufflepuff and her golden cup. In the dawn of Hogwarts, when the castle was newly forged from stone and spell, its halls glowed with the warmth of fresh magic. The air was scented with the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread and the faint tang of wax from torches that flickered in their sconces. The Hufflepuff common room, nestled near the kitchens, was a haven of earthy tones, its low ceilings cradled by wooden beams, its walls adorned with tapestries of blooming fields. Barrels lined the entrance, their wood gleaming softly, their gentle hum a melody of welcome. The hearth crackled with a steady fire, its golden light dancing across the room, wrapping it in a cozy embrace. Through these halls moved Helga Hufflepuff, one of Hogwarts' founders, her robes rustling like leaves, her wand weaving charms of community and kindness, her presence a soothing balm in the castle's youthful heart. Helga was a witch of boundless warmth, her eyes bright with a love for all who crossed her path. Canonically known for her loyalty and dedication, she valued hard work and fairness, welcoming students of every kind into her house. Her laughter was a melody that filled the common room, her hands often dusted with flour from her time in the kitchens, where she shared recipes with house elves. The air was alive with the scent of herbs and yeast, the hearth's warmth a constant, its crackle a gentle rhythm that blended with the castle's hum. Helga's vision was a school where all could thrive, and her Hufflepuff house was a reflection of that dream, its earthy glow a promise of belonging, its magic a lullaby that soothed the soul. One autumn evening, Helga retreated to a small workshop tucked beneath the common room, its stone walls aglow with candlelight, the air heavy with the scent of molten metal and polished wood. Here, she crafted her golden cup, a canon heirloom that would become a symbol of her house's heart. The cup was born of her love for sharing, its purpose to bless feasts and strengthen bonds among those who drank from it. Helga's wand sparked, its light tracing runes into the gold, the metal shaping under her steady hands into a goblet of breathtaking beauty. The cup's surface gleamed, its runes glowing faintly, its form simple yet radiant, a vessel for unity. The workshop's warmth was a comfort, the scent of gold and cedar grounding, the cup's hum a melody that sang of togetherness. The crafting was a labor of love, Helga's chants soft as she wove spells into the gold. The canon notes the cup's magical properties, its ability to enhance the nourishment of food and drink. a reflection of Helga's care for her community. She worked late into the night, the candles burning low, their wax pooling like stars on the stone floor. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal and magic. The hearth's crackle, a steady counterpoint to her wand's sparks. The cup took shape, its curves smooth, its runes a delicate dance of light, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated with the castle's heart. Helga's smile was soft, her heart light, the workshop a haven where her vision became reality, a dreamy calm that wrapped her in peace. When the cup was complete, Helga brought it to the great hall, where the founders gathered for a feast. The ceiling sparkled with a starry sky, its magic a mirror of the night outside, the air alive with laughter, and the scent of roasted meat and fresh bread. Helga raised the golden cup, its glow catching the torchlight, its runes shimmering as she spoke a blessing. The canon tells of its beauty, a treasure that would later be corrupted as a Horcrux. But in that moment, it was pure, its magic a gift to all who shared its bounty. The feast was a celebration of unity. The cup passed from hand to hand, its warmth a bond that tied the founders and their students together. The hall's warmth was a lullaby, its air thick with the scent of food and joy. The cup's glow, a soothing light that lulled the heart. The golden cup became a cornerstone of Hufflepuff's legacy, its presence a reminder of Helga's vision. At every feast, it graced the Hufflepuff table, its runes glowing, its magic blessing the food, strengthening the house's sense of family. Students drank from it, their laughter a melody that echoed Helga's own, their hearts warmed by its gentle power. The common room's hearth burned bright, its crackle a steady rhythm, the air scented with bread and herbs, a comfort that reflected the cup's magic. The castle's hum was a constant, its stones holding the memory of Helga's kindness, her cup a thread in Hogwarts' tapestry, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Centuries passed, and the golden cup's story grew into legend, whispered in the halls of modern Hogwarts. Its beauty was marred by its time as a Horcrux, but its origins remained a spark of Hufflepuff pride. A student sitting in the Hufflepuff common room heard the tale from a house elf, their voice soft, their eyes bright with memory. The common room was cozy, its barrels glowing, its hearth casting a golden light that danced across the tapestries. The air was thick with the scent of earth and bread. The tale's words a gentle hum that painted images of Helga's workshop, her wand sparking, her cup aglow. The student's heart was light, their thoughts drifting to the feasts where the cup had shone. Its magic, a bond that tied generations together. The student imagined Helga in the great hall, her cup raised, her blessing a melody that filled the air. They saw the founders, their faces lit with joy, the starry ceiling, a canopy of dreams. The common room's warmth was a comfort, its hearth a beacon that echoed the cup's glow, its air alive with the scent of herbs and magic. The tale was a thread in Hufflepuff's heart, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated through the castle's stones. The student's wand rested in their lap, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of Helga's spells. The common room was still, save for the hearth's crackle and the faint hum of the castle's magic, a lullaby that wrapped them in a dreamy calm. One winter night, the student lingered by the Hufflepuff hearth, the golden cup's tale still fresh in their mind. The fire burned low, its embers glowing, its warmth wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of wood and earth. The barrel's soft hum, a soothing melody that blended with the castle's pulse. Outside, snow fell softly, its flakes catching the moonlight. The grounds, a canvas of silver and shadow. The student sat cross-legged, a blanket draped over their shoulders, their thoughts drifting to Helga's workshop, its candles flickering, its air alive with the scent of good and magic. The cup's glow was a vision, its runes a dance of light, its magic a lullaby that soothed the heart. The student's eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing, the hearth's warmth a comfort that lulled their soul. They saw Helga in their mind's eye, her robes rustling, her smile warm, her cup a symbol of unity that lived through centuries. The common room's fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the student smiled, their heart light, the tale a treasure in their thoughts. The air was thick with the scent of bread and wood, the hearth's glow a beacon that echoed the cup's radiance. The golden cup was more than an heirloom. It was a story, a legacy of kindness woven into Hufflepuff's heart, a lullaby that carried the student into peace. The common room stood quiet under a snowy sky, its barrels glowing, its hearth a haven for weary hearts. The student's eyes closed, their breath even, the fire's warmth and the scent of earth a soothing embrace. The tale of Helga's golden cup was a melody of unity and care, a dreamy journey that lulled them into restful sleep, a spark of magic that lingered in the castle's stones. The hearth's embers glowed, their light fading, but their warmth remained, a testament to Helga Hufflepuff, whose cup blessed generations, a gentle hum that carried the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The discovery of Floo powder. In a forgotten corner of 13th century England, a cozy cottage stood nestled in a quiet village, its thatched roof glistening with morning dew. The air was thick with the scent of herbs drying by the hearth and the rich, smoky tang of burning wood curling upward in delicate spirals. The cottage's windows glowed with the soft light of lanterns, their flickering flames casting shadows that danced across the stone walls. Shelves lined with potions glimmered faintly, their glass vials catching the dawn's first rays, while the distant murmur of a nearby stream wove a gentle melody through the stillness. The village slept under a twilight sky, its cobblestones damp, the air alive with the hum of magic yet to be born. Within this humble home lived Ignatia Wildsmith, a witch whose name would echo through wizarding history, her robes dusted with ash, her wand sparking with curiosity. Ignatia was a woman of quiet brilliance, her eyes bright with the spark of discovery, her hands steady as they stirred potions or traced charms. Canonically known as the inventor of Floo powder, she dreamed of a world where wizards could travel with ease, their hearths a gateway to distant places. The cottage was her sanctuary, its hearth crackling with a fire that never dimmed, its warmth wrapping the room in a cozy embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of sage and lavender, the shelves cluttered with jars of shimmering powders each a step toward her vision. Outside, the village was hushed, the dawn painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. The stream's song, a soothing backdrop to her work. Late one night, Ignatia stood by her hearth, the fire's glow illuminating her face, her wand casting a soft light that mingled with the flames. She sifted through powders, their colors vibrant, emerald, sapphire, crimson, each a whisper of magic waiting to be unleashed. The canon tale tells of her discovery in the 13th century, a breakthrough that would change wizarding travel forever. She sprinkled a pinch of powder into the fire, and the flames roared green, their heat a gentle pulse that warmed the room. The air shimmered, the scent of burning herbs sharp and alive, and Ignatia's heart raced with the thrill of creation. The hearth's crackle was a steady rhythm, the powder's glow a melody that sang of possibility. The cottage a haven where dreams took shape. Ignatia's experiments were a dance of trial and error, her wand sparking as she mixed ingredients, the fire flaring with each attempt. She whispered charms, her voice a soft chant that blended with the hearth's song, the air thick with the scent of ash and magic. One powder fizzled, another sparked too brightly, but Ignatia's resolve was unshaken, her laughter a gentle ripple in the quiet. Finally, she found the perfect blend, a fine, glittering dust that turned the flames a vibrant green, their light casting emerald shadows on the walls. The scent of burnt herbs was grounding, the fire's warmth a comforting embrace, and the powder's hum was a lullaby that wrapped the cottage in a dreamy calm. The first Floo journey was a moment of magic, a leap into the unknown. Ignatia stood before the hearth, her robes catching the green glow, her wand tucked into her sleeve. She spoke a destination, a friend's hearth miles away, and stepped into the flames, their warmth enveloping her like a blanket. The cottage faded, the air a rush of heat and light, and she emerged in another hearth, its stones cool, its fire crackling with the same green glow. The journey was swift, the flames a gentle guide, the scent of ash and herbs lingering in her robes. Canonically, this was the birth of the Floo network, a system that would connect wizarding homes, its magic a thread that wove through hearths across the land. The cottage's warmth was a memory, its hearth a beacon that called her back. Ignatia shared her discovery, her powder spreading through the wizarding world like wildfire. Villages lit up with green flames, hearths becoming gateways, wizards stepping through with laughter and wonder. The Floo powder's magic was a comfort, its journeys a promise of connection, its flames a soothing light in the dark. Ignatia's cottage became a place of pilgrimage, witches and wizards visiting to learn her craft, their voices a soft hum that filled the air. The hearth's crackle was a constant, its warmth a reminder of her vision, the scent of herbs and wood smoke a melody that lulled the heart. The village's cobblestones gleamed under starlight, the stream's song a gentle echo, the Floo powder's glow a constellation of hope. Centuries later, the Floo network thrived, its green flames a familiar sight in wizarding homes. In modern times, students at Hogwarts learned of Ignatia's discovery, their textbooks glowing with her story, their hearths alive with her magic. A young wizard, perhaps preparing for a holiday journey, stood before a Hogwarts fireplace, its stones worn smooth by generations. They tossed Floo powder into the flames, the fire flaring green, its warmth a gentle embrace that promised a swift journey. The air was thick with the scent of ash and magic. The flames hum, a soothing lullaby that carried them through the network. The student emerged in a distant hearth. The fire's glow a comfort. The journey a dream woven by Ignatia's powder. The student's thoughts drifted to Ignatia, her cottage a vision in their mind. Its thatched roof, its glowing lanterns, its hearth alive with green flames. They imagined her at work, her wand sparking, her laughter a melody that blended with the fire's song. The Floo powder was more than a tool. It was a legacy, a spark of connection that tied wizarding hearts across miles. The hearth's warmth was a constant, its crackle a steady rhythm. The air scented with wood smoke and herbs. The student's journey was a testament to Ignatia's dream, its magic a gentle pulse that resonated through time, a lullaby that soothed the soul. One winter evening, the student settled by a hearth in a cozy inn, the fire's green flames fading, its warmth wrapping the room in a gentle embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and ash, the hearth's crackle a soothing melody that blended with the inn's quiet hum. Outside, snow fell softly, its flakes catching the lantern light. The night, a canvas of stars. The student held a small pouch of Floo powder, its grains shimmering like emeralds, its magic a whisper of Ignatia's genius. They thought of her cottage, its hearth aglow, its air alive with the scent of herbs and the promise of discovery. The fire's glow painted the room, its light a beacon that echoed the green flames of centuries past. The students' eyes grew heavy, their breath slowing. The hearth's warmth, a comfort that lulled their heart. They saw Ignatia in her workshop, her wand sparking, her powders glowing, her laughter a melody that carried through the ages. The Floo powder's magic was a thread in the wizarding world, its flames a bridge between homes, its hum a lullaby that soothed the soul. The fire popped, sending sparks upward, and the student smiled, their heart light, the pouch warm in their hand. The inn was still, save for the hearth's soft song and the faint scent of ash, a melody that blended with the night's calm. The hearth's glow was a testament to Ignatia's vision, its flames a spark that lit the wizarding world. The student imagined the first green flames, the cottage's warmth, the stream's gentle song outside. The Floo network was a legacy of connection. Its magic, a gentle pulse that carried wizards through time and space. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and herbs. The fires crackle, a soothing rhythm that wrapped the student in a dreamy calm. Their thoughts drifted, carried by the hearth's glow and the powder's hum, a melody that echoed Ignatia's laughter. The inn stood quiet under a snowy sky, its lanterns glowing, its hearth a beacon for weary travelers. The students' eyes closed, their breath even. The fire's warmth and the scent of ash a soothing embrace. The Floo powder's tale was a story of discovery and connection, a lullaby that carried them into restful sleep, a dreamy journey woven into the heart of the wizarding world. The hearth's flames flickered, their green light fading, but their magic lingered, a testament to Ignatia Wildsmith, whose powder lit the way for generations, a gentle hum that lulled the listener into the soft embrace of dreams. The Auror training of Alastor, Mad-Eye, Moody. In the misty dawn of 1950s wizarding Britain, a training ground lay hidden in a secluded valley, its fields cloaked in fog, the air heavy with the scent of wet grass and ozone. Lanterns hung from gnarled posts, their flickering light casting golden pools across the dew-soaked earth, while protective charms hummed softly. Their magic, a gentle pulse that shielded the valley from prying eyes. The sky was a tapestry of pale pinks and golds, the first rays of sunrise breaking through the mist, painting the grass in shimmering hues. A distant owl hooted, its call blending with the rustle of leaves in the morning breeze, a serene melody that wrapped the valley in a dreamy calm. Through this quiet scene strode a young Alastor Moody, not yet the grizzled Auror of legend, his eyes sharp with determination, his wand steady in his hand, his heart burning with a fierce resolve. Moody was a man of grit, his face unscarred, but already marked by a quiet intensity. Canonically destined to become one of the greatest Aurors, he trained in an era when dark forces stirred, demanding vigilance from those who would stand against them. His robes, patched but neat, caught the dawn's light as he moved through the training ground, his boots sinking into the soft earth, the scent of grass and dew clinging to him. The valley was a crucible, its air alive with the crackle of spells, the hum of charms, the faint tang of magic that lingered like smoke. Moody's presence was a spark, his resolve a beacon, his steps a steady rhythm that echoed the valley's pulse, a soothing anchor in the morning's quiet. The training was relentless, a canon dance of stealth, dueling, and vigilance that shaped Moody into a legend. Under the watchful eyes of veteran Aurors, he practiced spells in a clearing, his wand flashing with precise arcs, its sparks lighting the mist like fireflies. The air was cool, the scent of earth grounding, the lantern's glow a gentle guide in the dawn. Moody's voice was low, his incantations steady, each spell a thread in the tapestry of his skill. He learned to shield, to disarm, to track. His movements swift but controlled, his heart steady despite the weight of his calling. The valley's calm was a contrast, its mist curling around him, its silence a lullaby that soothed the soul, the training a dreamy rhythm of purpose and power. Moody's growth was marked by trials, each one a step toward his canon legacy. He faced mock duels, his wand a blur, his spells weaving through the air with a precision that belied his youth. The trainers pushed him, their voices sharp but kind, teaching him to see threats in shadows, to hear danger in silence. The canon tells of his mantra, constant vigilance, born in these fields, a creed that would guide him through decades of battle. Scars would come later, as would his magical eye. But here, in the valley, his heart was forged, his resolve a flame that burned bright. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and grass, the lantern's light a soft glow, the valley's hum a melody that lulled the heart into focus. The training ground was a place of quiet intensity, its fields alive with the echoes of spells. Moody practiced under starry skies, his wand casting light that danced across the grass, his breath misting in the cool night air. He learned to move silently, to sense danger, to trust his instincts, each lesson a thread in his growing strength. The valley's mist was a comfort, its silence a canvas for his spells, the scent of earth and dew a grounding force. The lanterns flickered, their light blending with the stars, and the training was a symphony of effort and magic, a lullaby that wrapped Moody in a dreamy calm, his heart steady with purpose. As years passed, Moody's legend grew, his name whispered in Auror halls as a beacon of vigilance. Canonically, he battled dark wizards, his scars a testament to his courage, his magical eye a tool of his unyielding watchfulness. The training ground's lessons lived in him, its fields a memory that shaped his every step. In modern times, students at Hogwarts heard his story, their textbooks glowing with tales of his battles, his mantra a spark that lit their hearts. A young wizard, training in their own right, stood in a field near Hogwarts, their wand casting a soft light, the air scented with grass and magic. The valley's echo lingered, its mist a reminder of Moody's trials, its calm a soothing balm that eased their soul. The student imagined Moody in the 1950s, his wand flashing, his eyes sharp, his voice chanting constant vigilance under a starry sky. The training ground was vivid in their mind, its lanterns glowing, its mist curling, its air alive with the hum of spells. Moody's legacy was a thread in the wizarding world, his courage a light that shone through decades of darkness. The field was quiet, the scent of dew grounding, the stars above a gentle glow that painted the night. The student's wand rested in their hand, its wood warm, its hum a quiet echo of Moody's spells. The valley's calm was a lullaby, its magic a gentle pulse that wrapped them in a dreamy embrace. One crisp evening, the student lingered in the field, the stars bright above, the air cool with the scent of grass and earth. They sat on a soft patch of ground, their cloak pooling around them, their thoughts drifting to Moody's training, his wand sparking, his resolve a flame that never wavered. The field's silence was a comfort, its lanterns long gone, but their glow a memory in the starlight. The air was thick with the scent of dew and ozone, the stars' light a beacon that echoed Moody's vigilance. The student's heart was light, their breath slowing, the field's calm a soothing melody that lulled their soul. Moody's story was a testament to courage, a spark that lit the night, a lullaby that carried them into peace. The student's thoughts wandered to the valley's mist, its lanterns flickering, its air alive with the crackle of spells. They saw Moody, young and fierce, his wand a blur, his heart steady despite the trials. The field's grass was soft, its scent grounding, the stars above a constellation of dreams. The training ground's legacy was a thread in the wizarding world, its lessons a guide for those who followed. The student's eyes grew heavy, the air cool against their skin, the field's hum a gentle pulse that soothed their heart. The stars glowed, their light blending with the memory of Moody's spells, a dreamy calm that wrapped them in rest. The field stood quiet under a starry sky, its grass swaying in the night breeze, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the earth. The student leaned back, their cloak soft against the ground, the scent of grass and dew lingering in the air. Moody's tale was a melody of vigilance and courage, a lullaby that carried the weight of his battles, his scars, his triumphs. The students' breath was even, their heart light, the fields calm, a soothing embrace that lulled them into sleep. The stars shone bright, their light a testament to Moody's legacy, a gentle hum that carried the listener into the soft embrace of dreams, a dreamy journey woven into the heart of the wizarding world. The Centaurs' star chart. In the heart of the forbidden forest, where ancient trees stood like silent sentinels, the midnight air shimmered with a magic as old as the stars themselves. The trees, their gnarled branches twisting toward the heavens, whispered secrets in the night breeze, their leaves whispering secrets, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp moss. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting a silver glow across the forest floor, where shadows danced in soft, fluid patterns, alive with secrets, dreams. A gentle stream gurgled nearby, its waters catching the starlight, weaving a melody that blended with the forest's quiet hum. The air was cool, scented with earth and dew, the night a canvas of constellations that pulsed with timeless wisdom. In this enchanted wood, the centaurs roamed, their hooves silent on the moss, their eyes fixed on the stars, their presence a serene anchor in the forest's dreamy embrace. The centaurs, canonically wise and proud, were the forest's ancient seers, their lives woven into its roots. Their coats gleamed under the moonlight, their tails swishing softly, their faces etched with the weight of prophecy. Firenze, a centaur known to Hogwarts' halls, stood in a clearing, his gaze tracing the stars, his voice a low chant that resonated with the forest's hum. The canon tells of their skill in reading the heaven, their prophecies guiding their kind through centuries of solitude. The clearing was a haven, its ground soft with fallen leaves, the air alive with the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of wild flowers. The stars above were a map, their light a gentle glow that painted the centaur's face, his words a soothing melody that lulled the forest into calm. The centaur's star reading was a ritual of reverence, their voices blending with the night's quiet song. Firenze's hooves shifted on the moss, his eyes following Orion's arc, his chant a whisper of fates yet to unfold. The forest listened, its trees leaning closer, their leaves rustling as if in agreement. Canonically, the centaurs distrusted humans, their wisdom guarded, their prophecies shared only with those who respected their ways. Yet, in the clearing, their presence was a comfort, their voices a lullaby that soothed the creatures that called the forest home. Unicorns paused in distant glades, their coats shimmering, their heads bowed as if hearing the stars' song. Thestrals glided silently, their wings a soft breeze, their eyes gleaming in the dark. The air was thick with the scent of earth and dew, the clearing a dreamy sanctuary where the heavens spoke. The Centaurs were the forest's guardians, their hooves tracing paths where others feared to tread. They guided its creatures, their wisdom a light in the shadows. A unicorn, lost in the mist, might find a centaur's steady gaze, their voice a gentle guide to safer glades. Thestrals, seen only by those touched by death, might follow a centaur's path, their wings brushing the leaves, their silence a quiet trust. Even Aragog's children, deep in their webs, respected the centaur's presence, their clicks a soft acknowledgement in the night. The forest's magic was a steady pulse, its air cool with the scent of moss and pine. The centaur's chants a soothing thread that wove through every branch and root. The clearing's calm was a balm, its moonlight a gentle glow that lulled the heart into peace. In the forest's depths, the centaurs' lives were a quiet symphony, their starlit wisdom a secret shared with the trees. They spoke of comets and conjunctions, their voices low, their eyes bright with the weight of destiny. The canon notes their isolation, their loyalty to the forest, their prophecies a guide for their kind. Firenze, standing alone, might recall a night when Mars burned red, his chant a warning of trials to come. The trees' whispers were a counterpoint, their leaves a soft rustle that blended with his voice, the air alive with the scent of earth and starlight. The forest was a haven, its magic a gentle hum that cradled the centaur's dreams, its clearing a place where the stars sang a lullaby for those who listened. Centuries later, the forbidden forest stood as it always had, its borders fringing Hogwarts, its shadows deep and inviting. Students, drawn by tales of its mysteries, lingered at its edge, their wands casting faint light, their footsteps soft on the grass. One such student, cloaked in the stillness of dusk, ventured to the forest's border, the air cool with the scent of pine and dew. They paused, their wand aglow, and glimpsed a centaur in a distant clearing, his silhouette framed by moonlight, his voice a faint chant that carried on the breeze. The canon tells of Firenze's kindness to Harry, his willingness to share the star's wisdom. And this centaur's presence was a fleeting comfort, his words a prophecy that soothed the student's heart. The student stood at the forest's edge, the trees' whispers a gentle hum, the moonlight painting the ground in shades of silver and shadow. They imagined the centaurs' lives, nights spent charting the stars, hooves silent on moss, voices weaving prophecies that guided the forest's creatures. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine. The stars glow, a beacon that echoed the centaur's wisdom. The forest's magic was a steady pulse, its hum a lullaby that wrapped the student in a dreamy calm. They thought of Firenze, his eyes bright with starlight, his chant a melody that carried the weight of centuries. The clearing's calm was a memory, its moonlight a gentle light that eased their soul. The forest's edge was a place of quiet wonder, its trees standing sentinel, their branches swaying in the night breeze. The student settled against a great oak, its bark warm despite the evening chill, its leaves whispering overhead. The air was alive with the scent of moss and dew, the stars above a constellation of dreams. The centaur's chant seemed to linger, its notes a soothing melody that blended with the forest's hum, a lullaby that lulled the heart into peace. The student's thoughts drifted to the forest's creatures, unicorns with their glowing coats, thestrals with their silent grace, centaurs with their starlit wisdom. The forest was a sanctuary, its magic a gentle pulse that cradled all who entered with care. The moonlight glowed, its silver light pooling on the ground, catching the dew like scattered stars. The student imagined the centaurs in their clearing, their hooves soft on moss, their voices chanting fates beneath the heavens. They saw Firenze, his gaze fixed on the stars, his words a prophecy that guided the forest's heart. The air was cool, the scent of pine grounding, and the tree's hum was a melody that eased the soul. The student's breath slowed, their eyes heavy. The forest's magic, a soothing embrace that lulled them into calm. The centaur's legacy was a thread in the forest's tapestry, their wisdom a light that shone through centuries, a lullaby that soothed the heart. The forest stood quiet under a starry sky, its trees ancient, its magic a steady pulse that hummed in the leaves. The student leaned against the oak, its warmth a comfort, the moonlight a gentle glow that painted the edge in shades of silver and shadow. The Centaurs' chant was a distant hum, its notes a melody that carried the weight of stars, of prophecies, of dreams. The student's heart was light, their thoughts drifting like leaves on the breeze. The forest's song a dreamy calm that wrapped them in rest. The air was thick with the scent of moss and pine. The stars glow, a beacon that echoed the Centaur's wisdom. The trees' whispers faded, the clearing still, save for the rustle of leaves and the distant gurgle of the stream. The forbidden forest, with its centaurs and stars, remained a sanctuary, its magic a lullaby for those who listened. The student's eyes closed, their breath even, the scent of pine and dew lingering in the air. The moonlight glowed, the trees stood sentinel, and the forest's chant was a soothing embrace, a tale of wisdom and wonder that carried them into the soft embrace of sleep. A dreamy journey woven into the heart of the forbidden forest.